Peng Hao had always lived in the shadows. Not in the literal sense, of course. He wasn't some reclusive artist brooding in a dark basement, but in the quieter, more introspective way that creative people sometimes do. He was a photographer, and photography, in its truest form, demanded an intimate understanding of light and shadow. As a child, he'd wandered through his parents' house, watching sunlight creep across the floor in patterns that seemed alive. There was something hypnotic about it. As he grew older, he'd been obsessed with the idea of capturing that moment of transformation, the split second when light shaped the world, when it became something new. He wasn't famous, far from it. But he was good. Maybe too good. His friends called him obsessive. His colleagues in the photography world thought he was a little crazy. But none of them could deny that when Peng Hao clicked the shutter, the picture told a story. It had depth, texture, and something else. That something else was what drove him mad. The experiment had started innocently enough. The new light source, some fancy experimental gear from a university lab, had caught his eye. It was supposed to be cutting edge, designed for some top-secret military application, but for Peng Hao, it was just the next big thing. He had spent weeks preparing. He'd read the reports, adjusted the settings on his camera rig, and meticulously calculated the angle of the light. The idea was simple in theory: expose the subject to an intense burst of light and capture more than just their physical form, capture their essence. The light wasn't supposed to just illuminate, it was supposed to transform. The first test was a failure. Nothing spectacular happened, just a slightly overexposed image, the kind of mistake anyone could make with an overzealous light source. But Peng Hao wasn't one to quit easily. He adjusted the equipment, tweaked the settings. When the next test came, he felt the electric pulse of excitement course through him. He wasn't just capturing images now, he was capturing something beyond the surface. And this time, the result was stunning. The moment the light hit the subject, something in the air shifted. The very fabric of reality seemed to bend. His camera clicked, capturing the shift. But then the world moved. He saw it before he felt it, a flicker in the corner of his vision. The subject's reflection in the glass, was it a trick of the light, or was the reflection doing something different? The subject's image grinned back at him, a smug, knowing expression that wasn't there a second ago. He blinked. The reflection, for just an instant, looked more alive. It moved independently of the real subject, as if it had its own will. Peng Hao's heart thudded in his chest. His head spun. He thought maybe he was just tired, he hadn't slept properly in days, had barely eaten, but when he looked at his own reflection in the studio window, the panic shot through him. It was different too, his face in the glass grinned back at him. But he hadn't moved. The reflection was smiling, his lips curling in a way that was far too wide, too sinister. It wasn't him. It was a version of him. A darker one. The panic set in. He reached out to touch the glass, and the reflection mimicked him, but then, no. It didn't. The smile twisted. The reflection raised an eyebrow. His body tensed. He turned quickly, the air suddenly thick with something strange, something suffocating. His breath caught in his throat. The room was still. He looked down at his hand, then his arms. Something was happening to him. He took a step back, but his shadow didn't follow him. It stretched unnaturally toward the wall, as if it had a mind of its own. It twisted like a snake. His heart raced. He reached down, his hand trembling. The shadow snapped back to him with a sudden jerk, as if it had been tethered. His legs went weak. He swayed, pressing a hand to the table to steady himself. His pulse thudded in his ears, the air growing colder, sharper, more electric with every passing second. He had to shut it down. Had to stop the experiment. But then something inside him, the part of him that had always craved something more, resisted. He had never been one to back down. Not when it came to his art. Not when it came to mastering the things that others couldn't even begin to understand. This was something. He could feel it in his bones that he stood there, trembling, as the lights flickered and the shadows twisted. He couldn't stop. He wouldn't. The following morning, Peng Hao woke up in his studio, lying on the floor, his body sore and drained. He had no memory of how he had gotten there. His eyes fluttered open to the harsh, sterile light of the room. The overhead lights buzzed, flickering occasionally. He reached for his phone on the desk and saw that it was nearly midday. What the hell happened? He felt strange, more than just tired, but physically different. His muscles ached as if he had been running for hours, but he couldn't remember leaving the studio, couldn't remember doing anything except staring into the reflection of his own face as it smiled back at him. He tried to push himself up, but his limbs felt like lead. His head swam as he slowly got to his feet. The light seemed too bright. Too intense. His vision blurred for a moment. He staggered forward to the window, pulling open the blinds. The sunlight hit him like a punch. Too bright. He closed his eyes, rubbing his face, trying to steady himself. There was something wrong with him. Something wrong with the light. He could still feel the echo of the experiment pulsing in his veins. The power he had felt when he manipulated the light, when he had bent the world to his will. But it wasn't just power. It was hunger. The more he used it, the more he felt it draining him. He stumbled to the bathroom and looked in the mirror. His reflection stared back at him, a pale, gaunt version of himself, eyes sunken, skin thin and fragile. No. This can't be real. But it was. The more he used the light, the more it sucked the life out of him. He was weakening, becoming less real, less substantial. His own reflection flickered at the edges, like an old film reel that was starting to burn. He breathed heavily, running a hand through his hair, his heart racing. The experiment had gone too far. There was no turning back now. That evening, he met with his friend Lu Wei at their usual bar, a hole-in-the-wall dive on the edge of town, far from the glamorous art circles where Peng Hao had been striving for recognition. Lu Wei, with his unruly hair and easy smile, was the opposite of Peng Hao in every way. Where Peng was introspective and obsessive, Lu Wei was light-hearted, carefree, always able to make people laugh, even Peng Hao, who usually took life too seriously. But tonight, there was no laughter. Peng Hao was too lost in his own thoughts. He felt distant, detached, like the world around him wasn't real. He kept glancing at his reflection in the bar's polished brass fixtures. It felt like someone else was staring back at him. Lu Wei watched him for a moment, then leaned forward. "You're looking like you've seen a ghost, man. What's going on?" Peng Hao laughed, but it didn't feel real. I think I can control light now." Lu Wei raised an eyebrow. "What, like some superhero thing?" "No," Peng Hao said, his voice low, almost urgent. "It's different. I can make people see things. I can twist reality with light. I can." He cut himself off, swallowing. "It's powerful, Wei. It's too powerful." Lu Wei didn't laugh. His expression shifted to one of concern. "And you're okay? This isn't some art project, right? You're not messing with your head? Because, man, you look awful." Peng Hao shook his head. "No, it's real. But there's a price. Every time I use it, I feel like something's draining me. I don't know how much longer I can keep it up." Lu Wei frowned. "You're scaring me, Peng. Maybe you need to take a step back. Let me help you, man. Whatever this is, you can't do it alone." But Peng Hao didn't hear him. He was too lost in the flicker of the light above them. It pulsed. It was calling to him. Peng Hao didn't hear Lu Wei's concern. His mind was elsewhere, lost in the hum of the neon lights above them. It was as if the world had become a film, and he was watching from the outside, unable to feel the texture of it. The light, the shadows, they were all blending together, creating something new that he could no longer ignore. Every flicker felt like it was pulling him deeper, pushing him towards something inevitable. Lu Wei had noticed the shift in him, but instead of easing his worries, Peng Hao found it suffocating. He wanted Lu Wei to stop talking, to stop asking about it. But he couldn't say it out loud. The words wouldn't come. Instead, he stared into the glass, at his own reflection, and watched as it twisted, just for a moment, into something that wasn't him. The eyes in the mirror gleamed with a dangerous light. A grin split the face. Not mine, Peng Hao thought, but it was impossible to look away. "You're not okay, man," Lu Wei muttered, rubbing the back of his neck. He glanced around the dim bar, discomfort spreading across his face. He had seen Peng Hao like this before, but never to this extent. Something was wrong, something that went beyond the usual late-night exhaustion or the struggles of an artist facing creative burnout. Peng Hao didn't respond. Instead, he reached for his phone and snapped a picture of the bar, the flickering neon light, the half-empty bottles scattered across the table. The lens captured the scene with a kind of detached beauty that made his pulse quicken. But as soon as the flash went off, his body trembled, a wave of nausea rolling through him. His head ached, and he had to grip the table to keep from falling forward. He had barely noticed it, but his reflection in the glass, it wasn't just warped anymore. It felt alive. "Peng Hao?" Lu Wei said, his voice tight with unease. The nausea passed as quickly as it had come, but something remained, something darker, deeper. His heart thudded in his chest. The photograph he'd just taken seemed different. He could almost hear the image, like it was breathing. It wasn't just a picture anymore, it was something else. He quickly shoved the phone back into his pocket. "You don't get it, do you?" Peng Hao muttered, his voice thick with something like grief. "It's not about the pictures. It's about what's behind them. The light, the shadow. They're alive." Lu Wei stared at him, his eyebrows knitting together. He wasn't sure if he was talking to a genius or someone who had completely lost touch with reality. "Man, you're scaring me. This is some serious stuff. Whatever this is, whatever's going on, it's messing with your head. I'm not gonna stand by and watch you destroy yourself over a light experiment. It's just light. Just photography, man." But Peng Hao couldn't hear him anymore. The world around him pulsed, and the edges of everything blurred, like the edges of a dream fading in and out. His hands trembled as he pushed himself up from the table. "I need to go," he muttered, and before Lu Wei could stop him, Peng Hao turned and walked out of the bar. The cool night air hit him as he stepped onto the street, but it felt wrong. The lights above him burned too brightly, casting long, distorted shadows that stretched across the pavement like dark fingers reaching for him. His legs felt unsteady, as if he were walking on air. He touched the back of his neck and felt the faint pulse of something under his skin, a flicker of heat that didn't belong. "It's happening again," he thought. The light. The shadows. He tried to shake it off, but the feeling only intensified. He wasn't just walking anymore. He was moving through something, through layers of reality that were beginning to separate. The more he tried to focus on the present, the more it felt like he was slipping through a veil, watching the world shift and shimmer around him. It wasn't just his imagination. He could feel it now. He wasn't sure how long he'd been walking when he finally made it back to his studio, but the exhaustion hit him like a wave. His legs gave out beneath him, and he collapsed into the chair in front of his desk. The wall seemed to close in, and he had to reach out to steady himself. But as he placed his hand on the desk, he noticed something. The desk itself seemed to move. It wasn't the desk. It was the light. It flickered like an old film, jumping frames, distorting the space around it. His reflection in the polished surface rippled. He wasn't sure if he was seeing it or if the desk had somehow come alive, but in that moment, everything seemed to be warping. The shadows crept up the walls like living things. The camera. The camera on the desk was the only thing that felt solid, but even it was wrong. The lens was reflecting back something, not quite right. A flicker of movement caught his eye. A shadow. No, not just any shadow. His shadow. The room tilted. Suddenly, the door to the studio slammed open, and Lu Wei rushed in. Peng Hao. But Lu Wei stopped dead in his tracks, his breath catching in his throat. Peng Hao didn't even hear him. His gaze was fixed on the camera. The lens was pointed directly at him, but it wasn't his own face that stared back from the darkened glass. It was the other version of him, the one that had grinned at him in the reflection. The one with eyes full of hunger. The image seemed to smile at him. Peng Hao tried to stand, but his legs buckled, and he collapsed to the floor. The room spun, but through the dizziness, he could hear Lu Wei shouting at him, trying to reach him, but his voice seemed distant, further away than it should have been. Lu Wei's panic was palpable. Peng. What the hell's happening? Are you okay? He knelt beside him, shaking him gently, but Peng Hao couldn't focus. His hands were shaking. His skin felt like it was burning from the inside out. I can't stop it, Peng Hao murmured, his voice hoarse. I think it's too late. Lu Wei, still crouched beside him, looked up, eyes wide with fear. What do you mean? What's too late? It's the light, Peng Hao whispered, struggling to catch his breath. It's taking me. It's taking everything. Lu Wei froze, unsure how to respond. The words made no sense to him. He couldn't understand it. The light? Was this some kind of breakdown? Was this what it had all come to? But then something in the air shifted, something almost imperceptible. The shadows seemed to thicken. Lu Wei could feel it now, too. There was a weight in the room, a density that hadn't been there before. He looked around, and for the first time, he saw it. The walls of the studio were bending. The camera on the desk shifted again, its lens now focused directly on him. The air thickened. The shadows crawled closer. Lu Wei felt the room close in on him. This was no longer just about Peng Hao. Something was happening here, something beyond his understanding. Suddenly, the lights above flickered, and the room plunged into darkness. The silence was suffocating. And then, from somewhere in the dark, Peng Hao's voice came, hoarse and strained. I think it's too late for both of us. The room remained dark. The shadows stretched across the walls, and everything began to fade into something else, something that wasn't quite real. Peng Hao's vision blurred again, and his body felt cold, as if the life was draining from him. But in that darkness, one thing was certain: he had lost control. And the light, the shadow, they had taken him with it, and the last thing he saw, in that fractured space between reality and illusion, was his reflection, alive, smiling, and waiting. The darkness seemed to pulse with a life of its own, the shadows pulling toward Peng Hao like tendrils of something ancient and hungry. His breath was shallow, the air thick and cold, as if the studio itself was suffocating him. He could hear Lu Wei's voice, distant now, distorted, like a faint echo through a glass wall. But it was fading, too, as if the world was dissolving around him. I can't feel my arms, he whispered, though the words felt wrong, alien. His voice didn't sound like his own anymore, but something deeper, something detached from his body. He tried to lift his hand to his face, but it moved like it belonged to someone else. The sensation was strange, his fingers didn't obey him, and it felt as though his skin wasn't even his own. In the darkness, the camera sat there, still and unmoving, its lens pointing at him. It was as though it had become a third presence in the room, observing him with a malevolent, disinterested calm. And then it clicked. The sound of the shutter, a sharp, unnerving snap. Peng Hao didn't know if it was the camera or something inside him, but the sound reverberated through his skull. It was the light. The light he had played with. The same light that had given him the power to warp the world, to manipulate the very fabric of reality, now felt like it was gnawing at his insides. It wanted something from him. It wasn't just a force anymore, it was a curse that the shadows began to press in on him from all sides. It wasn't just the walls of the studio, but the very air that seemed to bend and twist, as though the space itself was warping. The corners of the room blurred, and the shadows reached out toward him with an unrelenting hunger. He wanted to scream, to move, but his body felt like it was made of stone, the floor beneath him felt spongy, shifting. His hands pressed harder against the cold wood of the table, and suddenly, he was no longer sure if the surface was solid. He could feel it, something in the air was pulling at him, bending reality, drawing him into the center of it all. His reflection. He could feel it, watching him. Not just in the mirror anymore, but everywhere. It was in the shadows. It was in the light. It was in him. Lu Wei's voice broke through the fog. Peng, don't, but then there was nothing. Peng Hao's eyes snapped open in the darkness. He wasn't sure how long he'd been lying there, his body numb, but the silence was unbearable. The light that had once been a tool, something he could control, now felt like a cage, a weight pressing down on him, suffocating him. His hands were still trembling, his body still shaking, but there was a kind of emptiness that had taken root in him. He felt like he was losing himself to it. Losing to the thing he'd once sought to master. He pushed himself up, but it was slow, sluggish. His limbs didn't want to obey him, but his mind was clear, clearer than it had ever been. His mind had become something sharp, detached, no longer confined by the weak vessel of his body. In a way, he had become something else, something beyond flesh. He could see it, the shape of his reflection in the shadows around him. It wasn't him. Not anymore. A high-pitched ringing began in his ears, so loud that it drowned out everything else. He stumbled forward, half-blind, feeling the space around him distorting with every step. He had to escape. He had to get out. But where? How? Peng Hao, a voice whispered, not from Lu Wei, but from the shadows themselves. It was a voice that was deep and resonant, but also alien. You are mine now. You have called me. His heart stopped, or at least he thought it did. The air grew colder, and then, the light that had been flickering around him, both inside and outside of him, flared. It enveloped him in a burst of pure, incandescent energy that blinded him. The flash took away the world. It made him feel weightless, as if he were floating in the center of some vast, unseen universe. He saw colors that shouldn't exist, shapes that defied reason, and through it all, he could hear that whisper again, wrapping around his mind. You have opened the door. You have brought me here. His body went cold, and for a moment, he felt something darker than himself, moving within him. It was not a part of him, but something he had allowed to enter. He realized, then, the full weight of his mistake. He had opened a door. A door to something beyond light, beyond shadow, and it had crossed into his world. His vision swam, and the studio around him seemed to stretch, twist. The walls melted away. What was real, what was him, began to dissipate, like sand sifting through the cracks of his mind. The reflection in the dark corners of the room had become more real than him. It reached out for him, pulling him toward it, urging him to join it. To become nothing but light and shadow. He felt it, his own body starting to dissolve. The sensation was like nothing he had ever felt before. It wasn't pain. It was a consuming emptiness, a sense of everything being stripped away, leaving behind only fragments. He was becoming nothing. The shadows filled the room, no longer bound by the walls. They shifted, moved like tendrils, reaching toward him. They enveloped him, but there was no resistance. No fight. His vision flickered. One last time, he saw his own reflection, grinning back at him. But it was no longer just a reflection. It was the other him. The one that had always been waiting. The one that had always wanted this. He heard Lu Wei calling his name. The voice, strained and distant, was barely a whisper now. Peng Hao. I'm here. Hold on. But Peng Hao could barely hear him anymore. The voice, the light, the shadows, they all blurred together, blending into something more real than anything he had ever known. He felt the pull. The light and shadow, the reflection, it all surged through him, drowning him in their weight. The last thing he remembered was the camera. The shutter click. A flash of light. And the reflection. It wasn't just a reflection anymore. It was him, and then, there was nothing. Shunli had always thought he could trust light. A photographer by trade, he'd spent years learning the ins and outs of light, shadow, and how to capture the world in a way that felt like a secret. But this was different. This wasn't photography. This was something he couldn't explain, and frankly, he didn't want to. It had started like any other day, with his eyes half closed to the chaos of the studio. The fluorescent hum of the lights above was his usual soundtrack, the ambient noise of wires and cables stretched across the floors, the click of camera shutters, the mundane details of a day spent pretending he still cared about his craft. But that day was different. He was overseeing a high-intensity light source test for an ad campaign. The tech team had promised the new bulbs would revolutionize the way lighting was used in commercial photography. To Shunli, they were just another gimmick, another fad he had to endure. Are you sure the voltage is right? Shunli asked, his voice dripping with skepticism. He glanced over at the technician, a young guy barely old enough to drink, fiddling with a computer connected to the light controls. Totally, the technician said, not looking up. The system's calibrated for high-precision testing. Shunli rolled his eyes. High precision. Right. The last time they'd tested something high precision, the studio had almost burned down. But he said nothing. He was tired. His creativity had been drowning in the pool of just another job for the last few months, and today was no different. The test started, and the light flickered. Shunli held up his hand instinctively to shield his eyes. The intensity of the beams made the room feel more like a furnace than a photography studio, and for a moment, everything seemed too bright, too much. But then it wasn't just the light that was overwhelming. In the split second that the light burst across the room, Shunli saw something. A shadow, something that shouldn't have been there, his own reflection, standing not in front of him, but behind him. He blinked. A second passed. No, it wasn't just a shadow. His reflection was moving in real time, but it was wrong. His reflection was still in front of the camera while he was standing near the lights, testing a different angle. Hey, did anyone else see that? He asked, his voice unsteady for the first time in months. His heart pounded in his chest. But the technician, eyes glued to the screen, didn't answer. There it was again, his reflection, but not quite. His own face in the mirror twisted, changed. For the briefest moment, it was smiling when he wasn't. Then it wavered, like a cracked image on a screen, before settling back into something that almost felt real. The light surged again. This time, he felt it. Something sharp, like a tug at his chest. Then, nothing. He looked around. The room felt oddly empty, but it was the same studio, the same cameras, the same tech people in the background chatting like nothing had happened. But Shunli felt the dissonance in his bones, like a low hum under his skin, an itch he couldn't scratch. His heart thudded in his ears as he walked toward the mirror, his steps unsure. He didn't know why, but he couldn't tear his eyes away from his reflection. Was this some kind of joke? But the longer he stared, the more the air around him felt wrong. The reflection didn't match him. It stood in a place he hadn't been, a moment he hadn't lived. The reflection smiled a little wider, then twisted its mouth into something sinister. Okay, that's enough, Shunli muttered to himself. He reached out toward the mirror, fingers trembling. When they touched the glass, something shocked him, not with electricity, but with an odd, unfathomable energy, his reflection reached out toward him too, mimicking his motion. Shunli recoiled, his breath quickening. The reflection didn't stop. It was moving like it had a mind of its own, like it knew what he was going to do before he did it. Then, with a sound like a crack splitting the air, he felt himself shift. Everything spun in a disorienting swirl of light, and when the world settled again, he was standing in the corner of the room. But his reflection hadn't moved. It was still standing in front of the camera, perfectly still. Shunli. The technician finally turned toward him. "You good?" Shunli didn't answer right away. His mind raced. He wasn't sure what had just happened, but he had the distinct feeling he was no longer sure where he was. Was this real? Had he just stepped somewhere else? He blinked a few more times, and when he looked back at the mirror, he saw something strange. His reflection wasn't there anymore. It was gone. "Okay, I'm losing it," Shunli muttered, running a hand through his hair. Maybe it was exhaustion. Maybe it was stress. Maybe he just needed a break. But when he picked up his camera and checked the photos, his hand froze. On the screen was a picture of himself, standing in the corner of the room. His reflection was still in front of the camera. But what made the image strange, the thing that made Shunli's heart drop, was that the background wasn't the usual white studio space. It wasn't even the space that he'd been standing in. It was something else. Somewhere else. The picture on the camera flickered like a glitch in a computer screen. Shunli's finger hovered over the delete button, but the image didn't disappear. It sat there, mocking him, warping like the shadows on the wall, strange and wrong. "No, this isn't happening," he thought. His finger hovered over the button again. But this time, as he pressed down, something shifted. The air rippled, like something was folding in on itself. Suddenly, he wasn't holding a camera anymore. He wasn't even in the room anymore. "Where am I?" Shunli looked around and blinked. He was standing in the same room. But he wasn't standing there anymore. His image, his entire form, was still frozen at the mirror, looking back at him from the center of the room. It wasn't moving. He could see himself, but it wasn't really him. His reflection was alive. And it was staring at him. Shunli's heart hammered in his chest, his pulse thrumming through his temples. The reflection, his reflection, was not just mimicking his movements anymore. It was staring at him. And not in the way a reflection should. It wasn't passive. It wasn't just a mirror image. This thing, this copy of him, was alive. It blinked, slowly and deliberately, as though it were trying to communicate. Shunli's breath hitched. He opened his mouth, but no sound came out. He tried to move toward the reflection, but his legs felt rooted to the spot. His own body refused to obey him. It was as though the room had frozen in place, and the world outside of his vision didn't exist. His eyes darted from the image in the mirror to the empty room around him. The reflection's lips moved, barely perceptible at first, as if it were speaking to him, no, through him. Shunli's hands trembled, and he raised his arm to touch the mirror again, as if that might break the illusion, force the reflection to go back to being just a lifeless copy of his movements. But the moment his fingers brushed the cold glass, the reflection did something he could never have anticipated. It smiled. And in the next breath, it stepped out of the mirror. Shunli stumbled backward, his heart skipping a beat. The image, no, the thing, that had once been just a reflection of him now stood in front of him, solid and real. It was exactly like him, but not. The face was his face, the clothes were his clothes, but there was a palpable sense of wrongness. The eyes were too wide, too knowing. The smile was just a bit too perfect, a bit too unsettling. It didn't belong here. It didn't belong in the same world. The reflection, his reflection, tilted its head slightly and grinned wider. "You're not really here, are you?" the thing asked in his voice, but softer, more melodious, almost mocking. Shunli froze, unable to find the words. His mouth opened and closed, but no sound escaped. You think you've got control over everything, don't you? The reflection stepped forward, closer and closer, until Shun-Li could see every detail of his own face, distorted in ways he didn't quite understand. That's the funny part, it continued, its smile stretching even further. You think you're the one making the decisions. But you're not. You never were. Shun-Li's stomach churned. He wanted to scream, to run, but his feet wouldn't move. He was paralyzed by the absurdity of it all, as though the entire universe had suddenly collapsed into this single moment. You're just a ghost, the reflection said, as if it had all the time in the world to savor every word. A memory that's refusing to let go. And now, you're trapped in a world you built for yourself. You think you're still real, don't you? Shun-Li staggered back, his mind struggling to catch up with the surrealness of the situation. Trapped? He wanted to laugh, but the sound stuck in his throat. I don't understand, he stammered, his voice rough. What are you talking about? What do you mean, I'm trapped? You're just, I'm you, the reflection interrupted, its voice cold, unflinching. You built me. Every illusion you've ever created, every light you've ever manipulated, everything you've ever photographed, you made me. Shun-Li's stomach dropped. He staggered back even further, his hands reaching out to steady himself, to find something real, something solid in this godforsaken room. But there was nothing. Just him, and it. The reflection. No, he said, more to himself than to the thing before him. I didn't build you. I didn't, you did, the reflection said, its tone unchanging. You're not who you think you are anymore, Shun-Li. You're not a photographer. You're a creator of worlds. You're a manipulator of light and shadow. And you've been building this place, this thing, inside your head for a long time. It's starting to leak out now, you see? That's why you're here. That's why you can't escape. Shun-Li's vision blurred. He shook his head desperately, trying to clear the fog in his mind. This isn't real, he told himself. This is a trick, some kind of malfunction. Just a weird light glitch. It'll pass. It has to pass. But the reflection didn't pass. It was still standing there, too real, too alive, in the way nothing should be. You're falling apart, Shun-Li, the thing said softly, stepping even closer. You can't control the light anymore. You think you can hide behind your illusions, but they're bleeding into the real world now. And you're the one who built the door that lets them through. Shun-Li backed up into the wall, his breath coming in sharp gasps. He couldn't think. He couldn't make sense of any of it. Stop it, he pleaded. Please. Just stop. I don't know what you want from me. I don't want anything, the reflection interrupted, its voice growing colder. But you do. You want to be more than just a photographer. You want to be something bigger. You want to create, to escape. To be a god. No, Shun-Li said, shaking his head violently. I never asked for this. I just wanted to capture things, to show people what I saw. That's all. You never realized the price, the reflection whispered. It raised one hand and placed it on Shun-Li's chest, and Shun-Li felt an unnatural coldness seep into his skin. It felt like the touch of something long dead, a cold that was colder than any winter night, colder than anything that belonged in the real world. You never realize that when you play with light, when you create worlds, you lose yourself in them. You've already forgotten what's real. The room around him started to bend, the walls flickering in and out of focus, as if the very fabric of reality was warping around him. The air was thick, like he was drowning in it, and every object in the room seemed to shift in and out of shape, like half-remembered dreams. His vision swam, the world around him shimmering like heat rising off a boiling surface. Shun-Li gasped for air, his chest tight, as if the room itself was swallowing him whole. No, he whispered, his voice breaking. This can't be real. This can't be real. The reflection's eyes narrowed, and it tilted its head again, that same, eerie smile never leaving its lips. You're still trying to hold on to it. To this thing you call reality. The reflection stepped closer, until it was so near Shenli could feel the heat of its breath on his skin. But you're already lost. You've already become part of your own creation. The air grew thicker, colder. Shenli's vision blurred completely, and he stumbled, his legs buckling beneath him. He couldn't stand up straight anymore. He couldn't tell where the floor began or where it ended. The room was dissolving. No. He was dissolving into it. Into the illusion. The light that had once been his tool, his escape, was now pulling him under, consuming him from the inside out. You're not real anymore, the reflection whispered one last time. Before the world went black, the light flickered again, a pale and sickly glow that seemed to pulse with an unnatural rhythm. Shenli's heart hammered in his chest as his body slowly started to respond again, the weight of the darkness pressing down on him, loosening just enough to allow him a breath. He blinked, disoriented, trying to make sense of where he was. Was this the same place? Was it still the same world? He couldn't tell. All he could focus on was the light, slowly growing brighter, pulling him toward it, beckoning him like a moth to the flame that he pushed himself to his feet, unsteady at first, as if his legs hadn't quite caught up with the rest of him. He glanced around, nothing. Just the darkness, thick and suffocating. But ahead, the light. His reflection, his own face, floating in the void. He wasn't sure if it was his reflection exactly. It was too distorted, too surreal to be real. It was a projection, something out of sync with the world around him. With every step toward it, the light pulsed, brighter and more insistent, and he could feel a strange sensation creeping up his spine. It was as though he was walking through a heavy fog, something dense, both familiar and foreign, clinging to him. The air smelled different too, tinged with a faint metallic scent, like something burning just out of reach, and then, before he knew it, he was standing at the edge of the light, staring at the reflection that hovered just beyond it. His face grinned back at him, lips stretched unnaturally wide, eyes wide with something he couldn't name. There was no warmth in the gaze, only cold, sharp understanding. He reached out, trembling, and the moment his fingers brushed the edge of the light, it snapped into focus. The world around him shuddered, and the reflection stepped forward, a perfect copy of him, but with eyes that glinted with something darker, something he had never allowed himself to see. It tilted its head, and Shenli's breath hitched. His reflection was waiting for him, waiting for something. You think you can control it, the reflection said, its voice smooth, almost too smooth. You think you can just step back into the world you used to know, that you can fix what you've broken. Shenli swallowed hard, the weight of its words sinking in. Fix? What was broken? Everything felt broken. It had felt broken for a long time, but now it was undeniable. He wasn't even sure where the boundaries of his own mind had gone, or if they'd ever existed at all. He tried to speak, but the words didn't come. It didn't matter. The reflection seemed to know exactly what he was thinking, its grin stretching even further, a grotesque parody of his own. I told you, didn't I? The reflection's voice was almost affectionate now, but it carried an unmistakable tone of mockery. You've been hiding behind your lens for so long. Hiding behind your images, your pictures, your creations. You wanted control over everything, over reality. But you don't get to decide what's real anymore. I am the one who controls the light now. Shenli's chest tightened. He had no idea how to fight this thing, this version of himself that had somehow emerged from his own mind. This wasn't a mirror anymore. This was a different world altogether, one where the boundaries between light and shadow, between illusion and truth, no longer held any meaning. His hands shook as he reached up, brushing against the reflection again, hoping that touching it might give him some clue, some answer. The moment his fingers made contact, the world around him seemed to shift. The air thickened again, the shadows deepened, and suddenly, the reflection was no longer a reflection. It was standing right in front of him. He stumbled back, but the reflection didn't move. It was right there, within arm's reach, its eyes never leaving his. "You think I'm just a shadow, don't you?" the reflection asked, its voice soft but insistent. "But you made me. Every choice you've ever made, every light you've ever bent, every world you've ever shaped, you created me. You gave me life." Shun-Li could feel the walls of his mind closing in on him. He wanted to escape, but the world around him had dissolved into a haze of half-formed images, broken fragments of his own thoughts. Reality itself was slipping away, like sand through his fingers. "No," he whispered, his voice thin and unsteady. "I didn't create you. You're just a trick." The reflection's smile didn't falter. "A trick? That's what you think of me? Do you think your mind is strong enough to keep me at bay? To push me back into the cracks where you think I belong? You made me, Shun-Li. And now you've broken the barrier between the world you created and the world you tried to leave behind. You can't undo what you've done." Shun-Li's knees felt weak. He stumbled again, but this time there was no wall to catch him. He collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air, as if the space around him had just turned into water, drowning him in its oppressive weight. His head spun, the reflection's words echoing in his mind. He had created it, hadn't he? Every illusion, every manipulated light, every piece of the reality he'd sculpted through his lens, it had all led him here. He closed his eyes, desperate to regain control, but the world didn't stop. Instead, it surged forward, flooding his senses, crashing over him in waves. When he opened his eyes again, the room had completely changed. It wasn't the same studio. It wasn't even a room anymore. He was standing on the edge of a vast, endless plain, stretching out in every direction. The sky was dark, swirling with unnatural clouds that glowed faintly, casting a strange, ethereal light on the ground below. The air was thick with a kind of electric tension, as though the very fabric of the world was being pulled in different directions. Shadows stretched unnaturally long, as though they, too, were bending and twisting around him. He looked around frantically, but there was no sign of the reflection. Not at first. And then, from the corner of his eye, he saw it was standing at the far end of the plain, watching him. Its figure was still and unmoving, but he could feel its presence, like it was right next to him. "You see," the reflection's voice came, echoing across the vast emptiness. "This is what happens when you create a world and lose control of it. You think you can step in and out of your own mind, shaping the world with light, but you've lost the way back. You've crossed the line. There is no escaping what you've made." Shun-Li's chest constricted, and the weight of the realization hit him like a physical blow. He had been so obsessed with capturing the perfect image, so obsessed with bending light and shadow to his will, that he'd forgotten the most basic thing: he wasn't just photographing the world anymore. He was becoming the world. He had blurred the line between reality and illusion. He had crossed the threshold. And now, he was trapped in the very world he had created, a world that no longer had any rules, no way to distinguish between what was real and what was fabricated. "I can't be here," he whispered to himself, but the words sounded hollow, as if they belonged to someone else. "This isn't real." The reflection's laugh cut through the air, cold and final. "It doesn't matter anymore, Shun-Li. This is real now. All of it. The world you made is the world you live in. And you're the one who built it. You can't run from yourself." Shun-Li tried to move, to escape, but the ground beneath his feet seemed to shift with every step. The horizon warped, the sky swirling around him, trapping him in a never-ending loop of his own making. His breath came faster now, panic clawing at his chest. He could feel the walls of his mind closing in, and yet, there was no escape. "No," he shouted, but his voice was swallowed by the vast emptiness. The reflection didn't answer. It didn't need to, and Shun-Li finally understood. The world he had created, the light and shadow he had bent to his will, had become something more than just a reflection of his desires. It had become his prison. And now, there was no way out. The last thing Chun-Li saw before the world folded in on itself completely was his own reflection, still standing at the far end of the plane, staring back at him with eyes that no longer held any trace of the man he used to be. The reflection was him. And he was lost. Chen Chen's photography studio had never been a place for inspiration. It was more of a glorified closet, packed with dusty lenses, crumpled old film canisters, and just enough space for him to maneuver his tripod in between occasional coughing fits from the stale air. The walls were peppered with half-hearted attempts at modern art, blurred street scenes, landscapes with a bit too much contrast, abstract compositions that screamed, "Try hard," more than visionary. In short, it was a place where dreams went to die, one failed photograph at a time. He should have known better than to take this project seriously. After all, Chen Chen wasn't exactly the type to create profound art that would make people weep, but he had his moments. And the exhibition he was working toward was supposed to be his moment. But here he was, once again, in front of his latest disaster, a photograph of a sculpture that had more light flares than actual subject matter. It was meant to symbolize something. What? He had no idea. He was just trying to get something good for the show. He sat down at his desk, the lens cap of his camera spinning between his fingers, when a soft ping startled him. It was an email. A message from an art dealer, probably another rejection or a vague "will keep you in mind" response. He opened it with half-hearted curiosity. It wasn't from the dealer. The subject line, "We know what you've become. Join us." He blinked, confused. Who was this? A weird ad? A prank? He scanned the email, squinting at the cryptic language. "We have been watching you. The light has chosen you. Your abilities are beyond the ordinary. We are the luminaries, and you have a unique role to play in shaping the world. Come meet us, and we will guide you toward the next phase of your evolution. Join us, and you will not regret it." And then, the symbol, a triangle, with rays of light coming from all points, stretching toward infinity. Chen Chen stared at the screen, completely thrown. He wasn't the kind of person who took things seriously. He'd get pranked by strangers all the time, convinced the world had some weird cosmic joke going on. But this? This felt different. Before he could shut the laptop down in irritation, a loud, metallic crash from outside the studio broke his thoughts. It sounded like something heavy had fallen. He got up quickly, heading toward the window. What he saw froze him in place. A glowing blue laser beam was slicing through the sky, cutting through the thick air in tight, concentric rings. It pulsed like a living thing. And then, as if guided by some invisible hand, the beam aimed itself at his building with terrifying precision. Shit. He stumbled back as the beam hit his window with a deafening pop, shattering the glass into a million pieces. For a split second, he thought he saw the light bend around the shards, distorting the room in strange, wavy shapes. It felt like time slowed. And then, blackness. When he woke up, the room was eerily quiet, save for the faint hum of some strange machinery in the distance. His head throbbed, but there was no dizziness. No ringing in his ears. For the first time in years, he could feel the air itself. It was different. His eyes opened wider, and his surroundings slowly came into focus. The dim studio was bathed in a soft, pulsing light. But it wasn't the usual light. This wasn't the harsh fluorescent or the slanting rays of the sun that peeked through his broken blinds. This was something more. Alive. He could feel it. Like a thread of energy moving through the very space around him. He rubbed his eyes, thinking it was some post-blow concussion hallucination. But the glow persisted, surrounding him, whispering to him. For a moment, he stood there, too stunned to move. Then, on impulse, he lifted his hand and focused on a distant object, a chair that had been knocked over when the glass shattered. He squinted at it, trying to ignore the pounding headache. To his amazement, as he extended his palm, the chair began to lift off the ground, a soft glow emanating from it. The chair hovered for a second before it was gently placed back down, as if obeying a command he hadn't consciously given. What the hell? His voice broke the silence, but the words sounded distant, almost foreign. They weren't his own. They felt like they had been carved into the space around him. Chen Chen looked down at his hands, trying to make sense of what was happening. Light, he could control it. The pulse, the glow, he could feel it inside him. He flexed his fingers, and suddenly the light around him shimmered like water, swirling into intricate patterns. He could bend it. Shape it. He held out his hand again, and this time, he shaped the light into a perfect sphere, a glowing ball that floated above his palm. It wasn't just light. It was energy. And he could manipulate it. He looked at the computer on his desk, almost in a trance. Without thinking, he focused again, and the monitor flickered before his eyes, the image distorted, and then, in a sudden burst, the screen shattered into hundreds of tiny, glowing pixels, floating in midair. Holy shit. This wasn't just a power to create pretty effects. This was something more. The potential was limitless. Chen Chen stood there for a long time, staring at the remnants of his shattered computer, trying to process everything. His heart raced, and his thoughts were a blur. But there was no doubt about it, he had changed. Something had happened, and he was now part of something bigger. For the first time in ages, he felt alive. Powerful. Later that night, after he had calmed down, Chen Chen began experimenting. He created holographic projections of himself, watching as his doppelganger performed his every move, mimicking him with eerie precision. He bent light to create walls of shimmering, translucent energy, forming an invisible barrier around him. At one point, he even convinced a lamp to flicker and then suddenly explode in a shower of sparks, as if it were a bomb. But then it happened. While focusing too hard on a reflection in a broken mirror, he willed the light to shift in a way that he thought was harmless, just a test. But to his horror, the light pulsed too quickly, too violently. A bookshelf near him suddenly disintegrated into dust. The sound of it collapsing was like a violent gust of wind tearing through his studio. The explosion of force was not from any visible object. It was the light itself, overwhelming his control. He barely managed to step back in time. Breathing heavily, he wiped his forehead. The power was too strong to control at times. But the potential to create, to destroy, was more than he had ever dreamed of. A few days later, Chen Chen had managed to regain some semblance of order. His apartment was a mess of light sculptures, burned papers, and shattered objects, but his mind was focused. He knew he had to learn more about this strange ability, before it consumed him, and that's when it happened again. His phone buzzed on the table, another email. But this time, the message was different. A simple line, direct and concise: "We are coming for you." Chen Chen sat at his desk, staring at the words on his phone screen, feeling a shiver run down his spine. "We are coming for you." It was too much like the other strange message he'd received, the one about the luminaries. But this one was more direct, more foreboding. He could sense that something was happening, something he didn't understand, and the closer he got to the answers, the more he felt like he was losing control. The light around him hummed, faintly, as if it were alive. He couldn't shake the feeling that his powers weren't just a fluke or an accident, they were part of something much larger. The glowing energy that he'd learned to manipulate was no longer just a curiosity. It was a force he didn't fully understand, and one he wasn't sure he could control. He leaned back in his chair, rubbing his temples. The room seemed too still, too charged, and his own heartbeat seemed too loud in his ears. What was he supposed to do with all this? A knock at the door startled him, the sound too crisp and deliberate to be a coincidence. He didn't move at first, the reality of his situation sinking in. The luminaries weren't just a bunch of weirdos sending cryptic emails. They were real. And they knew who he was, what he had become. They were coming for him, just like they said. With a deep breath, he stood up, his legs feeling unsteady. He hesitated, but only for a moment. The door knocked again, louder this time, almost impatient. Reluctantly, he walked to the door and pulled it open. Standing there, dressed in a sharp black suit, was a man who seemed to fit right into a spy thriller. His face was composed, his eyes hidden behind a pair of dark sunglasses, even though it was night. He wasn't holding a weapon, but the way he stood made it clear that he didn't need one. There was an authority about him, an unmistakable sense of control. Chen, the man asked, his voice flat but not unfriendly. "You've been expecting us?" Chen didn't answer immediately. The words from the email were still echoing in his mind. "We are coming for you." This was the moment of truth, the point of no return. He could run. He could fight. But for the first time in his life, he didn't feel like running. He felt the weight of his newfound powers like a hammer over his head, and he knew he wasn't equipped to face it alone. Not anymore. Instead, he stepped aside, wordlessly, allowing the man to enter. "Who are you?" Chen asked once the man had crossed the threshold, his voice hoarse, still grappling with the shock of the last few days. "My name is Agent X," the man replied coolly. "I work for an organization you've heard of, the Luminaries." He paused, watching Chen closely, his expression unreadable. "I'm here to offer you a choice." Chen raised an eyebrow. A choice? What did that even mean? His mind raced as he struggled to process what was happening. "I don't know what the hell this is," Chen muttered, his eyes darting to the strange light floating around him. The air in the room felt like it was alive with static. "I didn't ask for any of this. I'm just..." He stopped himself, not knowing how to finish the sentence. "What do you want from me?" Agent X didn't seem surprised by Chen's hesitation. Instead, he reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a sleek, black tablet. He handed it to Chen, who reluctantly took it, still unsure of what was happening. "Take a look," Agent X said, his voice cold but not unkind. "This is what you've become part of." The tablet lit up, displaying images of high-tech equipment, shadowy figures in suits, and cryptic symbols that made Chen's pulse spike. There were also diagrams of light beams, their intensities increasing as they passed through various substances, breaking them down or altering their structure entirely. "These are our operatives," Agent X continued, pointing at a series of images showing people in black suits, each with an eerie glow around them. "They are the ones who can manipulate light, like you. We've been monitoring individuals with these abilities for some time now. Some of them join us. Some of them don't. But they all come to the same conclusion eventually." Chen's mind was racing. His fingers tightened around the tablet. "What do you want from me?" Agent X took a step closer, his gaze steady. "We want you to join us. To use your abilities for the greater good. You're not just a photographer, Chen. You're something more. Something the world will need." Chen's breath caught. I'm not sure I understand," he stammered, his head spinning with everything he had just learned. His powers? The Luminaries? The world would need him? How could they possibly need someone like him? "You've already learned the basics," Agent X said, as if reading his thoughts. "The potential to manipulate light and shadow is something that can change the course of human history. Your powers, when fully developed, could create illusions so convincing that they could deceive entire populations. You could shape reality itself. Or destroy it." Chen shook his head, stepping back. "I didn't ask for this. I didn't ask to become whatever I am now. I don't even understand it. It's just light. Light and shadow." His voice wavered, but he held onto the tablet with a white-knuckled grip, trying to steady himself. "What the hell am I supposed to do with it? How do I control it?" Agent X's expression softened, ever so slightly. "Control comes with time. With training. But you'll have to decide quickly. You don't have much time, Chen. Others are already aware of your abilities. They'll be coming for you soon. You can join us and learn to harness your powers, or you can continue to hide and risk the consequences. Consequences? Chen Chen echoed, his voice rising. What do you mean, risk the consequences? Agent X's face remained impassive. There are those who don't seek to protect the world. There are those who would use your abilities to enslave others. To bend reality to their will. To rule. He paused. And you'll be caught in the middle, whether you want it or not. The only question is whether you'll be the one in control of your powers, or whether they will control you. Chen Chen's breath quickened. A chill ran down his spine. The room suddenly felt too small, the weight of his decision pressing on him. The idea of joining this mysterious organization, of being trained, of learning to control his abilities, felt both appealing and terrifying. But there was a darker part of him that was afraid of losing himself in the process. Afraid of what he might become. I need time, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. Agent X didn't flinch. You have until tomorrow night. After that, we'll be forced to take more direct action. Before Chen Chen could say anything else, Agent X turned and walked toward the door. He paused before leaving, looking over his shoulder. Think carefully, Chen Chen. This is your only chance to choose. And with that, he was gone. Chen Chen stood alone in the center of his studio, the silence pressing in around him. His heart pounded in his chest, and for the first time, he realized how deeply he was tangled in something far beyond his understanding. The glowing light flickered around him, as if waiting for him to make a decision. His reflection in the mirror distorted and shifted, like it was alive, like it was calling out to him. What had he gotten himself into, and more importantly, what was he going to do about it? Chen Chen stood in the center of his studio, the faint glow of light flickering around him like a living, breathing thing. It moved in waves, pulses of energy that seemed to answer the tension inside him. He was still reeling from Agent X's visit, the weight of the decision pressing down on him with every passing second. The message had been clear: join the luminaries, learn to control the power he'd been thrust into, or face an uncertain future. What did he really want? What did he even need? He glanced at the shattered remains of his studio, the remnants of his old life scattered on the floor. Broken lenses, cracked pictures, the jagged edges of a life that was now slipping away with every moment he lingered in indecision. The glow around him pulsed again, louder now, almost as if it were speaking to him. It was impossible to ignore it. There was no time left to question what had happened to him. That much was clear. His powers weren't just a gift, they were a burden. The luminaries had seen to that. They were right. There were those who would use his abilities for their own purposes, and worse, there were others who didn't care how they destroyed anyone who got in their way. And now, they were watching him, waiting for him to decide. But what if he didn't want to be a pawn in their game? What if he didn't want to play at all? Chen Chen's thoughts whirled. He thought back to the feeling when he first realized he could control the light. The wonder of it. The joy, even, of bending the world to his will, if only for a moment. It had been intoxicating, like a new addiction, a heady mix of power and freedom. But that feeling came with a price. Now that the thrill had faded, all he was left with was fear. Fear of losing control. Fear of becoming something else. As the night wore on, the decision ate at him. The hours stretched like elastic, pulling him in opposite directions. He needed to make a choice. A real choice. Not just to escape, not just to hide away in a corner of his mind. He had to act. Or he would be swept away by forces too powerful to ignore. A knock at the door jolted him out of his thoughts. It was the same rhythmic, measured knock as before, one he couldn't ignore. Chen Chen's stomach twisted. He'd known this moment would come. Agent X had said they would return the next night, and here they were. He opened the door. Agent X was there again, standing like a shadow in the dim light of the hallway. His sunglasses were gone, revealing eyes that seemed unnaturally calm. He wasn't alone this time. Behind him stood another figure, someone taller, more imposing, wearing a dark jacket and a hood that obscured most of their face. The person didn't speak, just stood there, silently watching, as if waiting for something. The air felt thick with unspoken words, the tension almost suffocating. "Chen Chen," Agent X said, his voice even, but something cold underlay the words. "Time's up." Chen Chen swallowed. He knew what that meant. He had to make the choice now. "I'm still not sure about this," he replied, his voice steady despite the chaos in his chest. "I don't know who to trust. I don't even know what you want from me." The silence stretched. The person behind Agent X shifted slightly, their presence an unmistakable weight. But it was Agent X who spoke again, his tone unflinching. "We're not asking you to trust us. We're asking you to trust yourself. You have power, Chen Chen. More than you realize. But power without purpose is a dangerous thing. It's chaotic. Destructive. That's why we offer you a path, a way to control it. To make sure you don't lose yourself." "I don't want to be a soldier," Chen Chen said, the words slipping out before he could stop them. The thought of training, of becoming some kind of weapon, made him shiver. He didn't want to be used. He didn't want to become a part of something that felt so alien. "Then don't be one," Agent X replied, his voice surprisingly soft. "But understand this, without guidance, without structure, your abilities will only grow stronger. And when they do, they'll make you a target. Not just from us, but from forces you can't even comprehend." Chen Chen hesitated. He had learned, in the last few days, just how easy it was for light to become something far more dangerous than art or illusion. It could destroy. It could break things apart, tear them to pieces. He could see that now. But was it worth risking everything for control? Was it worth giving up the freedom he had left? "And what happens if I say no?" he asked, trying to sound more confident than he felt. Agent X's expression darkened, just for a moment. "Then you will be alone. And there are others who will come for you. Those who would use you, destroy you. For what? To exploit your abilities, to turn you into something you don't even recognize. We're offering you a chance to choose your own path." For a long moment, Chen Chen stared at Agent X. The man wasn't threatening him. Not directly, anyway. But there was something about him, something in his cold certainty that unsettled Chen Chen. It wasn't just the power they wielded, or the threat they posed. It was the weight of their expectation. They wanted him. Wanted him to choose their side, to be part of something bigger than himself. But could he trust them? He didn't know. Not really, but there was something else at play, something deeper. His mind flashed back to the time before everything changed, before the laser and the glow and the madness. The times he had spent wasting away in his studio, shooting photos that didn't matter. Lost in his own self-doubt. His hands clenched into fists as the weight of the decision settled in his chest. "I don't know what I'm supposed to do," he said finally, his voice low. "But I can't keep running. Not from this. Not from what I've become." Agent X gave a single nod. "Good. That's all we ask." He gestured to the figure behind him. "This is Mara," he said. "She's one of our top operatives. She'll take you through the first steps. We'll help you control your power. But you need to decide. The sooner, the better." Mara stepped forward, her movements fluid and silent, like a shadow. She was tall, with an angular face that betrayed no emotion. She studied Chen Chen for a moment, then spoke, her voice smooth and cold, but with a strange kind of warmth. "Do you know what it's like," she asked, "to be able to bend the world to your will? To see the way light and shadow dance at your command? It's not a gift, Chen Chen. It's a responsibility. One that comes with its own dangers." She paused. "We're the only ones who can help you see through the darkness. To truly understand the power you have. Chen Chen felt the weight of her words sink in. His mind raced, but for the first time since all of this had started, he felt something like clarity. He could feel the power buzzing under his skin, like an itch he couldn't scratch. Maybe this was what he had been looking for all along. Maybe the chance to control it, to shape it, was the only real choice he had left. He nodded, slowly. "All right. I'll join you," he said, the words coming out with more certainty than he had expected. "But I'm doing this on my terms." Agent X didn't smile, but there was something in his eyes that softened, just for a moment. "We wouldn't have it any other way." And with that, he turned and walked out of the room, leaving Chen Chen alone with Mara. She gave him a long, assessing look, then motioned for him to follow. "This isn't going to be easy," she said as they walked toward the door. "But it's the only way you'll survive." Chen Chen followed her, the hum of light still pulsing around him, growing stronger with every step. He wasn't sure what the future held, but he knew one thing for certain: there was no going back. The gallery buzzed with excitement as Huang Rong adjusted the final piece of her latest exhibit. The floor was scattered with a mix of polished concrete and soft, rich rugs. The walls, once bare, now vibrated with the interplay of light and shadow. The crowd was already beginning to trickle in, but Huang Rong couldn't help but feel a familiar rush of nerves. This was the culmination of weeks of painstaking work, weeks where she had pushed her own art into uncharted territory. She stepped back and gazed at the intricate installation she had spent so many late nights perfecting. Light danced along the walls in sharp, vibrant streaks, casting long shadows that twisted like snakes in the dimly lit room. The projections moved with such fluidity that it felt as if the gallery itself were breathing, pulsing in sync with her creativity. She tapped her fingers against her phone, making sure everything was set for the opening. Her assistant, Mei, hovered nearby, fiddling with the dimmer controls, ensuring the light levels were just right. Huang Rong was used to her assistant's jitters. Mei always felt the need to tweak things up to the last minute. "Don't worry, Mei," Huang Rong said with a laugh, her eyes scanning the room again. "I promise, it'll look perfect. This is the kind of art that makes people rethink what they know about the world." Mei, who was just about to adjust a projector, looked up, her expression tense. "Are you sure about this, Huang Rong? It's a lot. You've really gone all in with this Mei's idea. What if it gets too much?" Huang Rong cut her off with a smirk. "You know, Mei, sometimes art needs to push boundaries. I'm not going to be the photographer who just snaps a picture of a flower and calls it a day. I'm giving them something to experience, to feel." Just then, the door to the gallery swung open, and the first few guests trickled in, murmuring excitedly. Huang Rong shot a quick glance at the clock. It was time. As she turned back to her installation, she barely noticed Mei's cautious expression behind her. The room was filled with a soft hum, the sound of projectors whirring to life. Huang Rong had designed the light projections so that they would shift and change, sometimes weaving themselves into intricate patterns, other times pulling apart into jagged, chaotic shapes. She had even integrated some of her own photography into the projections, images of city streets, faces in the crowd, forgotten corners of Beijing that seemed to flicker in and out of existence, her guests oohed and ahed, caught in the hypnotic play of lights. Huang Rong watched with a quiet thrill, knowing that her work was making an impact. But deep inside, something felt off. It wasn't the installation, it was the way her own senses were reacting to the light, to the shadows. She stepped closer to one of the projections. The lights flickered for a split second, and her vision blurred. She shook her head, thinking it was just her eyes adjusting. But as she moved, the light seemed to follow her, a ripple of intensity that felt wrong, unnatural. She blinked rapidly. The hallway outside the exhibit looked strange too, like it was warping. "Mei," she called out, her voice suddenly sharp, "is the lighting set properly? There's something weird with the..." But Mei didn't answer. Huang Rong turned around, only to find the assistant frozen in place, eyes wide, staring at her as though seeing her for the first time. Before Huang Rong could ask what was going on, the gallery lights flickered again. This time, the effect was more pronounced. The light from the projections broke apart in jagged, shifting rays, casting strange shadows that seemed to breathe. Huang Rong's heart raced. What was happening? She reached up instinctively, her hand moving as if to adjust one of the projectors, but instead, her fingers cut through the light like a knife, sending it rippling. The effect was immediate. The projections around her twisted, multiplying, splitting into hundreds of glowing lines and angles. It was like standing inside a kaleidoscope. And then, just like that, she understood. She wasn't just adjusting the light. She was commanding it. The realization hit her like a surge of electricity. She moved her hand again, and the beams of light twisted in response. With a flick of her wrist, the shadows warped and bent. A maze of light began to materialize in front of her, filling the room. It was so sudden, so overwhelming, that for a moment, she thought it was just a trick of her mind, but it wasn't. The walls of the gallery began to fade as the maze expanded. No, she wasn't inside her exhibit anymore, she was trapped inside it. The light that had once been her tool was now something more, something alive, pushing back, swallowing her whole. "May," she called out, but her voice was lost in the rush of light and shadow. She spun around, disoriented. The light seemed to close in, walls of glowing filaments growing taller and denser. Shadows whispered in her ears, moving in ways they shouldn't. This can't be real, Huang Rong thought. It's just a malfunction. But as she tried to make her way out, she realized the truth: there was no way out. The maze of light and shadow was as real as the gallery had been. In fact, it was more real, like something that existed beyond the boundaries of ordinary space. She had created this, or perhaps, it had created her. Her pulse quickened, and her breathing grew shallow. The light, her art, was now consuming her. And she was terrified. The sound of footsteps interrupted her spiraling panic. Someone was coming closer, and for a moment, Huang Rong thought it might be May. But when the figure emerged from the shifting light, it wasn't May. It was a man, dressed in a sharp black suit, his face obscured by the deep shadows that stretched unnaturally around him. Huang Rong tried to speak, to ask him where they were, but the words caught in her throat. The man didn't speak. Instead, he extended a hand. She recoiled instinctively, but the figure reached out again, and this time, something strange happened. The space around her seemed to pulse, as if the entire maze had drawn breath. For a moment, the light slowed, stilled, and she felt a strange tug in her chest, as if the man were pulling her closer. No, she thought desperately. I need to get out. But as she tried to move, the lights began to flicker again, quicker this time, the shadows shifting more erratically. The man's hand wavered just above her own, and for one terrifying second, she thought he was controlling the light. She was starting to lose control. "Who are you?" she managed to ask, but the words were swallowed by the twisting shadows. She tried to push forward, but the light spun around her like a cocoon, its threads tightening. She couldn't see the man anymore, couldn't even hear her own breath, just the hiss and hum of the lights, and then, the light exploded. Not in a burst, but in a collapse. It was as though the entire installation was folding in on itself, collapsing into the center. Huang Rong was pulled along with it, and in a heartbeat, she felt herself yanked through space and time, through 1,000 shifting realities. She blinked, disoriented. The world around her was dark, utterly, completely dark. She was no longer in the gallery, she was trapped inside the maze. The darkness surrounded Huang Rong, thick and oppressive, as if it were a living thing, consuming the space around her. She felt disoriented, suspended between reality and illusion, her thoughts swirling. Every instinct screamed for her to move, to escape, but there was no ground beneath her feet, no sense of direction. The maze she had created, the maze that had once been nothing more than light and shadow, had turned into something far more dangerous, far more real than she could have ever imagined. She took a step forward, or what she thought was a step, but the ground beneath her felt wrong, as though it shifted under her weight. Her breath caught in her chest. Her heart hammered like a drumbeat in her ears, and the eerie silence pressed in on her, suffocating. She reached out, her hands trembling, trying to make sense of her surroundings. There was nothing to grab onto, nothing to steady her. The maze of light, if she could even still call it that, was no longer made of clean, ordered beams and precise shadows. Now, it seemed to twist and bend, ever-changing, as though the very fabric of reality was unspooling around her. The walls felt soft, like they were made of fabric, but at the same time, they hummed with a kind of energy that was both alien and terrifying. She closed her eyes, trying to steady her breathing. She couldn't panic. Panicking wouldn't help. She was the one who had created this. She was the one who had manipulated the light, shaping it into something unrecognizable. Now it had come for her, and she had no idea how to stop it. A flicker of movement caught her eye, and she whipped her head around, heart racing. A shadow moved against the shifting walls, but when she focused on it, it vanished. Just like that. A moment ago, she had been the creator, the master of this world. Now, she was its prisoner, trapped in her own creation. "Hello?" she whispered into the void, but her voice sounded distant, swallowed by the oppressive silence. There was no answer. Just the soft hum of the lights, the quiet scrape of shadows as they shifted. A cold sweat clung to her skin as she took another step, then another. Her mind raced. She had to find a way out. There had to be a way out, but as she moved through the dark, the lights flickered again, and this time, they didn't just flicker, they bent. The shadows twisted in unnatural ways, as though they were pulling her in, urging her deeper into the labyrinth. She spun around, trying to find a point of escape, but the maze kept shifting, the walls closing in around her. She was no longer walking in a straight line. Every path she took seemed to loop back on itself, bringing her to the same spot over and over again, like she was walking in circles. A voice, low, almost a whisper, reached her ears, coming from the depths of the shadows. "You can't escape." Huang Rong froze, the words slicing through the silence like a blade. She wasn't alone. But who else was here? She scanned the shadows, trying to locate the source of the voice. But the deeper she looked into the darkness, the more it seemed to pull her in, like the shadows themselves were alive, watching her, waiting for her to make a mistake. She took a deep breath and steadied herself. She couldn't give in to fear, not now. Not when she had no idea what was happening. Whoever, or whatever, was speaking to her, they wouldn't be able to control her. She would not let the maze control her. The voice came again, softer this time, as though it was inside her head. "You made this. You created it. And now it's yours to navigate, or be consumed by." The words made her skin crawl, and for the briefest moment, Huang Rong thought she might lose herself to the swirling madness of the maze. But then something inside her snapped. No. She was the one who controlled the light. She had built this place, this maze of illusions. If anyone could find a way out, it was her. A surge of determination flooded her veins, and she took another step forward, ignoring the whispers that swirled in her mind. Her hand shot out again, this time with purpose, her fingers moving through the air, shaping the light as if it were clay. She felt the energy surge beneath her fingertips, like the pulse of the universe itself, a force that could bend the fabric of reality to her will. She just needed to focus. She needed to reclaim control. The walls around her shimmered, the light shifting in response to her touch. She could feel the maze reacting to her, pushing back against her efforts. But she wouldn't give up. Not now. Not after everything she had worked for. She pushed harder, shaping the light with more precision, commanding the shadows to retreat. She could hear the walls groan, as if they were protesting her defiance, but she didn't care. With every movement, the maze began to shift again. It was like the light was fighting her, battling against her will, but Huang Rong was determined to win. She had created this world, and she would be the one to escape it. For a moment, it felt as though the maze had stopped moving, as though she had won, and a sense of relief flooded through her. She had done it. She had regained control, but then, the ground beneath her feet buckled, and she stumbled forward, nearly losing her balance. The walls around her warped, bending in unnatural angles, twisting into sharp, jagged lines. The light flickered, throwing her into a disorienting spiral. The maze was fighting back again. No, Huang Rong whispered to herself, her heart pounding. I won't let it control me. She raised her hand once more, a surge of energy building inside her. This time, the light responded more fiercely, more powerfully than before. It bent to her will, responding to her anger, to her desperation. The walls creaked and groaned, but Huang Rong's focus was unshakable. She would not lose herself in this. She was the creator, and she would be the one to decide when the maze ended. The light twisted, expanding outward, pushing the walls back. She felt the maze begin to unravel, like a knot slowly coming undone. It wasn't just light anymore, it was reality, and she was pulling at its very threads. She could see the edges of the maze begin to blur, the shadows that once lurked in every corner slowly retreating into the darkness, but even as the maze unraveled around her, Huang Rong felt something else, a presence, something waiting at the edges of her consciousness, watching her every move. The voice from earlier echoed in her mind once again, but this time it was louder, more insistent. You think you can escape, it whispered. You can't run from yourself. She froze, the hairs on the back of her neck standing on end. The voice wasn't just the maze. It wasn't just the light. It was something else. Something deeper. The very core of the illusion was shifting, pulling her deeper into its grasp. The walls of the maze pressed in on her again, tighter this time, suffocating her. The more she tried to control the light, the more it seemed to slip through her fingers. She wasn't in control anymore. The maze had stopped being a creation, it had become something living, something aware, and it was not going to let her go. She stumbled backward, her mind racing. What was happening? Had she been in control all along? Or had the maze always been in control of her? The air grew colder, and the shadows seemed to stretch out in every direction, curling around her like a cage. She could feel her pulse in her throat, the heavy weight of fear pressing down on her chest. Help me, she whispered to the maze, her voice trembling. Please. I just want to get out. The walls shuddered in response, and the light flickered again. For a moment, everything was still. But then, a new voice, one that sounded almost like her own, whispered from the shadows, You've already made it. And then the light exploded. Not in a burst, but in a slow, suffocating collapse. The shadows swallowed her whole, pulling her deeper into the maze. The darkness enveloped her, tightening like a vice. The walls of the maze pulsed and shimmered, but Huang Rong couldn't tell whether the light was still under her control or if it had taken on a life of its own. Every movement she made only seemed to push the maze further out of reach, the shadows bending and twisting in impossible ways. The sound of her breathing was the only thing she could hear, a rhythmic gasping that echoed in the vast emptiness. Her fingers were trembling, and she clenched her fists, desperate to focus. Her voice, had whispered to her once more, and the words stung her ears like a cruel reminder. You've already made it. But what did that even mean? She had fought so hard to gain control over this place, this twisted creation of light and shadow, only for it to unravel beneath her. The more she tried to escape, the deeper she was pulled into the labyrinth. Every step felt like sinking into quicksand, her feet dragging her backward into the darkness. She opened her mouth to scream, but the sound didn't reach her. There was no release, no catharsis. Her voice was swallowed by the maze, consumed by the very thing she had created. It wasn't just the light anymore, it was the fabric of reality itself, warping, stretching, and pulling her apart at the seams. I'm losing it, she thought. I'm losing myself. For a moment, her vision blurred completely, and she staggered, hands outstretched, hoping to grasp onto something, anything, that would pull her back to reality. But instead, the shadows closed in around her, coiling like snakes, ready to strike. Then, in the distance, she saw it. A shape, Moving through the maze, a figure silhouetted in the light, standing impossibly still amid the chaos. "Who's there?" she called out, her voice hoarse. She didn't expect an answer, but she couldn't help herself. The figure didn't move or respond, just stood there, like a statue, bathed in the swirling light. As she drew closer, the figure began to take form. It wasn't a person at all, at least not in the way she had expected. It was a reflection, her own reflection, but distorted, twisted, like something pulled from the darkest corners of her mind. The figure mirrored every movement she made, every hesitation, every breath, but with a cruel delay, like a dark echo that taunted her. "No," she whispered, taking a step back. "No, this can't be." The reflection stepped forward, mimicking her actions exactly, yet its eyes, those hollow, black eyes, stared into her with an intensity that made her stomach churn. The shadows around her seemed to grow thicker, colder, pressing in from all sides. It was like she was no longer looking at herself, but at something else, something darker, more twisted. "You created this," the reflection said, its voice a distorted echo of her own. "And now it's yours. It's all yours, Huang Rong. You can't escape it." The words sent a chill through her, but she didn't flinch. She couldn't. She was too far gone, trapped in her own mind, trapped in the very creation she had been so proud of. But there was something inside her, some last flicker of resistance, that pushed her forward. She couldn't give in to the shadows, not like this. "I'm not you," she said firmly, her voice growing stronger with every word. "I created you. I created this, and I can destroy it." The reflection tilted its head slightly, as if it were considering her words, then smiled, a wicked, knowing grin that sent ice racing down her spine. "You think you can destroy it? You can't destroy yourself, Huang Rong. You are this. You are the light, the shadow, the maze. You built it. You became it." Her pulse quickened, but she refused to back down. She had built this maze, yes. But she had also created it for a reason, to show the world the power of light, of illusion, of art. She had wanted to bend reality, to push the limits of what could be seen, to create something that made people question their very perceptions. She had wanted to control it. Now, she needed to destroy it. The maze wasn't just a prison, it was a reflection of her own psyche, her own desires, her obsessions. The more she tried to control it, the more it had consumed her. She had been so focused on her art, on creating the perfect illusion, that she had lost herself in it. She had built this reality, this labyrinth of light, but in doing so, she had built a cage for herself. Her reflection was right. She had become it, but now, she needed to break free. She closed her eyes and steadied herself. She could feel the pulse of the light around her, could hear the hum of the projections as they flickered and morphed. The maze was alive, it was breathing, and it was responding to her emotions, to her thoughts. If she could tap into that, if she could harness the raw energy of her own creation, maybe, just maybe, she could break free. She raised her hand, her fingers trembling, but this time, she felt the power surge through her. The light reacted instantly, twisting and folding as if it were answering her call. She didn't just manipulate it, she became it. She could feel it inside her, beneath her skin, weaving through her veins, every particle of her being vibrating with its intensity. But the maze fought back. The walls surged forward, the shadows stretched, threatening to swallow her whole. The reflection in front of her shifted again, its grin widening, its eyes gleaming with dark amusement. "You think you can control it?" it whispered. "You're already lost. You were always lost." "No," Huang Rong snapped, her voice low and fierce. "I'm not lost." She clenched her fists, and the light responded, bending, twisting, warping the very air around her. The walls cracked, splintered under the force of her will. The shadows recoiled, and for a brief moment, she felt the power of her own creation slipping away. The reflection's grin faltered, its eyes narrowing, as if it had underestimated her. "You can't escape," it repeated, but now there was doubt in its voice, an edge of fear. "Watch me," Huang Rong whispered. With one final, decisive movement, she stretched out her hands, and the light exploded in all directions. The maze collapsed inward, the shadows vanishing, the walls folding in on themselves like paper caught in a gust of wind. For a brief moment, everything was white, blindingly, overwhelmingly bright, and then, as quickly as it had come, it faded. She stood in the gallery again, the floor was solid beneath her feet. The walls, the light, the projections, they were all gone. The maze had disappeared, leaving nothing but the empty space of the gallery around her. She blinked, disoriented, as her eyes adjusted to the normal light. The air was still. Quiet. Had she escaped? For a moment, she stood frozen, unsure of what to do, where to go. The weight of what had just happened hung heavy in the air. She had fought the maze. She had fought the darkness inside her. But now, there was nothing but silence. Then, she heard it, a soft, almost imperceptible hum. It was the light. The projections weren't gone after all. They were just waiting, and Huang Rong smiled. She had escaped the maze, but the light, her light, would never truly let her go. And maybe, just maybe, that was the way it was meant to be. The laboratory buzzed with anticipation. Haifeng stood at the center of the sterile, futuristic room, trying not to sweat in his freshly pressed suit. The walls were a smooth chrome, the air smelled faintly of sterile chemicals, and the light above him cast perfect shadows along the floor, sharp and intentional, like something out of a high-concept art installation. But Haifeng wasn't an artist. He was a photographer. The kind who made things look beautiful with the power of light and shadow, not the kind who thought about it too hard. But today? Today he was about to change the way the world looked, quite literally. "You ready, Hai?" Dr. Ling's voice crackled over the speaker. His tone was clipped and professional, the kind of voice that told Hai this was no ordinary test. "I'm ready," Haifeng replied, his heart beating faster than it should. He wiped his palms on the sides of his trousers and tried to steady his breath. This was just another job. Another test that it wasn't. Haifeng turned to the towering device in front of him, something the agency had dubbed the Luminous. It looked like a cross between a satellite dish and an oversized camera lens, with gleaming metallic arms extending outward like an octopus's legs. There was a low hum as it powered on, its many lenses blinking into life. The other scientists, all in white lab coats, were standing by, but he had the sense that they weren't there to help. They were there to watch him. Watch him fail. Or succeed. Either way, this was a trial, and he knew it. "Activate the beam," Dr. Ling ordered from his command station on the far side of the lab. Haifeng's fingers hovered over the device's sleek touchpad. This was it. His final test. He pressed the button, and the machine hummed to life, sending a ray of intense light shooting toward the dark corner of the room. Nothing happened. He could hear the collective intake of breath behind him. A small, unintentional flicker of doubt. For a moment, he thought the experiment had failed. That they'd be sending him back to his life as a street photographer, chasing streetlights and capturing fleeting moments of beauty in the urban jungle. But then, the light in the room flickered. It wasn't a malfunction, it was something more. The beam in front of him stretched, bending, twirling, like an invisible hand was twisting it, shaping it into something new. Shadows began to form, spreading outward like an ink stain. Suddenly, the entire room was bathed in deep, sharp contrasts. "Control it, Hai!" Dr. Ling barked, but it was too late. Haifeng was no longer just controlling the light. He was bending it, reshaping it, becoming it. The shadows started to twist in the corners of the room, stretching like serpents, shifting across the floor, the walls, the ceiling. His breath quickened. He held out his hand, trying to steady himself, but instead, he willed the shadows to rise, and they did. The room became an entirely different world, dark and lit by his own intentions. The shadows lengthened, defying the usual laws of light. He willed them to form a chair, and it did, suddenly materializing out of nowhere, sitting beside him, as though pulled from the very fabric of the atmosphere. The scientists were silent, staring at the shadows as if expecting them to turn on them. Haifeng couldn't blame them. He'd never seen anything like this either. He moved a step forward, eyes wide with wonder and trepidation. The shadows at his feet followed, shifting in time with his steps, like they were alive, like they were his. His pulse raced, and the hum of the luminous intensified, as though the device itself was feeding off his energy. Then it hit him. The power. The control. Haifeng suddenly felt the ability to do whatever he wanted. He could twist reality itself. In a moment of whimsical relief, he snapped his fingers, and one of the nearby coffee mugs flew across the room, suspended in the air by a sharp burst of light. It hovered there, spinning slowly, before he let it drop, the ceramic thudding softly against the lab table. His hands began to shake. He had more power now than he ever thought possible. Light and shadow? Mere elements? Now they were tools. Weapons. Reality itself was at his command. Then, just as quickly, the light went out. The room plunged into complete darkness. Haifeng's breath hitched, panic setting in. He reached out, and the light returned, brighter this time, blinding. The shadows, instead of retreating, surged forward, seeming to wrap themselves around him. His heart pounded as he realized the room wasn't just dark, it was alive with his own confusion. He could feel the weight of the shadows, feel them pressing in from every corner of his mind. Hi. Focus, Dr. Ling's voice barked again, but it was distant, drowned out by the thundering pulse of his own heartbeat. With a slow, shaky breath, he forced himself to calm down. The shadows receded, and the light fell back into place. He had gained control, for now. Perfect, Dr. Ling said, though his voice seemed unusually tight. You've done it, Hai. You've proven that you can manipulate light and shadow. But, what you've just unlocked isn't just a new technique in photography. It's much, much more. Haifeng nodded, still trying to steady his nerves. He could feel the pulse of the machine humming in his veins, resonating through his body. This was just the beginning. A week later, Haifeng sat at a cafe near the edge of the city, his camera resting on the table in front of him. The light from the late afternoon sun filtered through the windows, casting delicate shadows over the chipped wood. His mind buzzed. He couldn't stop thinking about what he'd learned in the lab. The power he'd tasted. He was still trying to make sense of it, what it meant, who else knew about it, and more importantly, why they had chosen him for this experiment. He picked up his coffee, only to find that the mug was empty. It seemed almost like a joke. No more coffee. No more comfort. He had something far more dangerous now. The hum of his phone snapped him out of his thoughts. It was a message from Dr. Ling. You've been activated. Stay alert. They're coming for you. Haifeng frowned, his gut tightening. The agency had told him that once he passed the test, he'd be free to go. But that text, with its cryptic warning, implied otherwise. He glanced around the cafe, the walls bathed in the soft light, the shadows stretching long as the sun began to dip lower. And then he saw it, a man in a dark coat, sitting in the corner, watching him intently. His eyes were hidden behind a pair of dark sunglasses, but the way he stared at Haifeng was unmistakable. Haifeng's pulse spiked, and without thinking, he flicked his fingers. The shadows around him thickened, moving like a wave to block the man's view. The room seemed to twist as the light bent, and he caught his breath in a sudden panic. This wasn't just about manipulating objects, it was about controlling perception. The man didn't flinch. He simply rose and turned, heading for the door. Haifeng stood up too, without thinking, his body reacting before his mind caught up. Something wasn't right. Something was coming for him, and it wasn't just the man in the sunglasses. Haifeng's heart hammered as he followed the man through the cafe's door. The cool evening air hit his face as he stepped outside, but his senses were elsewhere, on the strange, unsettling feeling that had crept up his spine. The figure in the dark coat had slipped into the crowd on the busy street, but Haifeng could still see him, just ahead, moving with purposeful speed. Haifeng's instincts screamed that this wasn't a coincidence. There was something calculated in the man's movements, something that didn't belong to this city, to the life Haifeng had known. The realization hit him hard. They were here. They were already here. Without thinking, his hand shot out, and the shadows on the ground responded. They stretched, elongated, creeping over the sidewalk as if reaching out to grab the man. But then, just as quickly, they recoiled. It was like trying to grab hold of smoke. There was no substance to it. The man had already melted into the crowd. Haifeng hesitated, feeling an odd prickling sensation at the back of his neck. Something about the way the shadows recoiled made him realize that he wasn't just being watched. He was being hunted. Someone knew exactly what he was capable of, and they were ready to take it from him. He slowed, then turned, his eyes scanning the street. Nothing. The man was gone, swallowed by the noise and movement of the city. Haifeng stood there for a moment, trying to catch his breath, trying to calm the surge of adrenaline that rushed through him. He could hear his heartbeat in his ears, feel the tightness in his chest. What had he just done? Had he really manipulated the shadows that way? It had felt so easy, so natural, too easy. The realization hit him again, sharper this time. The power wasn't just in the device. It was in him. His ability to manipulate light and shadow, to warp reality itself, was no longer something controlled by an external machine. It had become a part of him. The buzz in his phone interrupted his thoughts. A message from Dr. Ling: "You're in danger. I'll explain everything. But first, get out of there. Now." A chill ran down Haifeng's spine. The message wasn't a warning, it was a command. Without hesitation, he turned on his heel and started walking quickly down the street, the lights overhead flickering in rhythm with his pounding steps. His mind raced. Who was this mysterious man? Why was he after Haifeng? And who else knew about the abilities the experiment had unlocked? A strange thought crawled into his mind. What if the man wasn't the only one? What if there were more people out there, like him, people who had been manipulated, changed, made into something else entirely? His phone buzzed again, cutting through his spiraling thoughts. Another message from Dr. Ling: "Don't trust anyone. Especially her." Her. The word hung in the air like an accusation, but it didn't make sense. Haifeng hadn't told anyone about his abilities, not even his closest friends. The only people who knew were the ones who had been part of the experiment, and he had made it clear that he wanted to leave it all behind. That's when he heard the footsteps behind him. At first, they were faint, just another noise in the cluttered city. But then they grew louder, closer, with a rhythm that matched his own steps. Haifeng didn't look back. Instead, he turned a corner and ducked into a narrow alleyway, his mind working quickly. If he could just get a little farther ahead, maybe he could lose them. The alley was empty, save for the discarded trash and the faint flicker of neon from the street lamps. Haifeng pressed his back against the cold brick wall, trying to steady his breath, his thoughts scrambling to make sense of everything. His fingers twitched involuntarily, and the shadows along the alley floor seemed to stretch in response. A flash of light, like an electric pulse, surged through the darkness. Then came the voice: "Haifeng," it said, calm but insistent, from somewhere deep in the shadows. Haifeng's heart skipped a beat. The voice was familiar, but it took him a second to place it. When he did, the shock hit him like a punch to the gut. "Li Mei," he whispered, barely believing his own voice. He stepped away from the wall, turning toward the voice, but all he could see were the shadows writhing in front of him, bending and warping like they were alive. "What are you doing here?" A figure emerged from the darkness. Li Mei stepped forward, her face partially obscured by a hood, but her eyes, sharp, calculating, were unmistakable. She had been part of the project. A fellow subject. They had worked together during the early stages of the experiment, but Haifeng hadn't seen her since. "Not until now. You've got no idea what you've gotten yourself into," she said, her voice low. "But I'll help you. If you let me." Haifeng's mind raced. He had no reason to trust her, but the fact that she knew what was happening meant that she knew something about the powers they had unlocked. "Maybe more than he did." "Why should I trust you?" he asked, his eyes darting toward the street, unsure if he was still being followed. The shadows around him shifted nervously, as if responding to his agitation. Li Mei smiled bitterly. "Because they're coming for both of us. The people behind the experiment, they want control. You can't even begin to understand how dangerous this power is." Her eyes narrowed. "And you're not the only one who's learned how to use it." Haifeng's throat went dry. He could feel the tension in the air, an unseen force, like a storm about to break. "What do you mean?" he asked. "Who else has this ability?" Li Mei's gaze flickered toward the mouth of the alleyway. "The ones who run the project. The ones who created the Luminous. They didn't just want to give us power. They wanted to create a new kind of weapon. A mind bender. A master of perception." She paused. "I know what you're capable of. You've only scratched the surface." Haifeng swallowed hard. His mind was reeling. He hadn't even begun to explore the full extent of his abilities, but the idea that others had already mastered it, used it, was terrifying. His hands shook involuntarily. What had he become? Before he could speak, Li Mei reached into her jacket and pulled out a small, metallic device. She held it up, her eyes dark with suspicion. "They're tracking us. Right now. Every move you make is being monitored." A cold jolt ran through Haifeng. He could feel the weight of it, the pressure of being watched. The shadows around him seemed to close in, and his mind began to spiral again. They knew. They were always watching. They had always been watching. "Where do we go?" he asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. Li Mei looked over her shoulder, as though checking for an invisible threat. "We need to leave the city. They'll be looking for us here. If we stay, they'll find us before we can do anything. There's a safe house, far away. A place to lay low until we figure out what to do next." Haifeng hesitated. The idea of running, of going into hiding, felt like admitting defeat. But what choice did he have? He didn't know enough. He didn't have control of this power, not yet. And without it, he was a target. "Let's go," he said finally, stepping forward, into the unknown. Li Mei nodded, leading the way. As they moved deeper into the alley, Haifeng felt the shadows lengthen, as though they were following him, curious, eager. But he knew now that his power was both a blessing and a curse. He had crossed a line. There was no turning back. Li Mei led Haifeng through the back alleys, keeping to the shadows as though they themselves might betray them to anyone watching. The city was alive with movement, but it was the kind of pulse that made the night feel suffocating. Every step felt heavier than the last, every shadow seemed to reach out further, drawing Haifeng deeper into a world he barely understood. They didn't speak much as they moved, only the sound of their footsteps and the occasional rustling of the wind breaking the silence. But the weight of what Li Mei had said hung between them like a thick fog. Mind-bender. Haifeng hadn't fully grasped the implications, but hearing it from her made it all the more real. The city's distant hum faded as they reached an abandoned building on the outskirts, tucked away from the usual flow of traffic. The structure loomed in the darkness, half covered in graffiti and broken glass. It looked forgotten by everyone except the people who used it to hide away from the eyes that watched too closely. Li Mei led him inside. The door creaked as she pushed it open, the old wood protesting the intrusion. They entered a small, dimly lit hallway, walls cracked and peeling. The faint scent of mildew hung in the air, but it was the kind of place where they could disappear for a while. No one would look for them here. "Not yet." "Is this really safe?" Haifeng asked, his voice barely above a whisper. His senses were still on edge. Every movement felt like it was being monitored, like they were being watched by unseen eyes. The shadows around him had stopped moving, but the feeling of being followed lingered. They were on borrowed time. Li Mei didn't answer right away. She led him deeper into the building, through a series of narrow hallways that twisted in odd directions. It felt like a maze, but Li Mei moved through it with purpose, as though she'd done this 1,000 times before. Finally, they came to a small room at the back, lit by a single bulb hanging from the ceiling. It cast long shadows across the floor, flickering in time with the rhythm of Haifeng's heart. There was a small cot in the corner, a table cluttered with papers, and a few makeshift chairs. It looked like it had once been a storage closet, but now it served a different purpose. It was a safe house, but a temporary one. And nothing about it felt permanent. Li Mei shut the door behind them and locked it with a soft click. She moved to the small table and began rummaging through a stack of papers, her back to him. The silence was thick, almost oppressive. Haifeng couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. Everything in him screamed to run, to get out of this dark corner of the world before they were found. But where would he go? His entire life had been turned upside down in the span of hours. The power, the shadows, the light, the ability to bend perception, it was too much. Too dangerous. I know what you're thinking, Li Mei said suddenly, her voice breaking through his spiraling thoughts. You're wondering if you can trust me. Haifeng didn't reply. He didn't need to. The question had been burning in his mind since she'd first appeared in the alley. He'd barely seen her in the months since the project had ended, but now here she was, offering him an alliance. An alliance with someone who was once just another experiment, just another victim in the same game, but there was something about the way she spoke. Her urgency, the fear in her eyes, it was enough to make him question everything. She wasn't the same person he had known before. She had seen things, experienced things that had changed her. And now, she was trying to pull him into a world he didn't fully understand. I've been where you are, Li Mei continued, her back still turned. I've felt what you're feeling. The power, it's not just a gift. It's a curse. And those people who created us, who gave us these abilities, they don't care about us. They never did. They only care about controlling it. Haifeng swallowed, his throat tight. He wanted to speak, wanted to say something to make sense of all this madness, but his words caught in his chest. You're not the only one who can do what you did, Li Mei said, turning around to face him. Her eyes were hard now, resolute. There are others, more than you can imagine. And they're coming for us, for you. They'll stop at nothing to use your abilities for their own gain. Who are these people? Haifeng asked, finally finding his voice. The words felt heavy on his tongue. Li Mei's eyes narrowed. They're everywhere. You've seen them already. The man in the alley. He's one of them. Just a small player, but there are others, higher up, who control everything. They're the ones who have perfected the power we were given. Haifeng could feel the shadows in the room shift, as though they were aware of the conversation, waiting for some unseen signal. The power was always there, just beneath the surface. He couldn't escape it. He didn't know how to control it yet, but he had learned that much in the last few hours. It was with him, in him, and it was changing him. How do we stop them? He asked, the words coming out of his mouth before he could fully process them. Li Mei hesitated, her gaze flickering toward the door as if expecting someone to burst through at any moment. Then, she crossed the room in a few swift steps, pulling open a drawer in the small table and taking out a small, metallic device. By taking this, she said, holding it out to him. Haifeng looked at it for a moment. It was small, compact, and looked like something he might find in a tech store, except this one felt far more dangerous. What is it? He asked, his voice low. It's a failsafe. A device that can shut down the La Menace, she explained, her voice steady. The device that started all of this. If we can destroy the La Menace, we can take away their power. We can stop them. For a moment, there was silence between them. Haifeng felt the weight of her words. Destroy the Luminous? It sounded impossible. The Luminous wasn't just a machine, it was the key to everything that had been done to him, to them. But could he do it? Could he actually destroy the very thing that had given him this ability? We don't have much time, Li Mei said, snapping him out of his thoughts. They'll be looking for us soon. If we're going to do this, we need to move quickly. Haifeng took the device from her hand, feeling its weight settle in his palm. It was a small thing, but it felt like a weapon. And in his hands, it felt like his only chance at control. He nodded, but there was a question still lingering in his mind. How do we even get to it? The Luminous is locked away, right? In their labs, guarded. Li Mei's eyes flashed. There's always a way. I know where it's kept. We don't need to go through the front door. We go in through the back. We'll take it out, and when we do, we take down their entire network. But we have to move fast. If they realize what we're doing, they'll destroy everything. The shadows around Haifeng seemed to stir with his thoughts. They were his tool, his weapon, but they felt like they were becoming more than that. He could feel them, like a silent army, waiting for him to command them. I'm ready, he said, his voice low, but firm. Li Mei didn't smile. There was no comfort in this. There was no room for hesitation. Only action. Without another word, she moved toward the door, checking the street outside before she slipped out into the night. Haifeng followed, his steps measured, as he tried to prepare himself for whatever would come next. He could feel the world shifting around him, the weight of his power pressing down on him with every breath. This wasn't just about escaping anymore. This was about taking control. About fighting back. And as they slipped into the night, moving deeper into the shadows, Haifeng knew one thing for certain: he wasn't going to be a pawn anymore. Li Hua had always been the kind of photographer who prided himself on capturing the world as it was, or, more precisely, as he saw it. His studio was a cluttered chaos of mismatched furniture, half-empty coffee mugs, and vintage cameras stacked like trophies from long-forgotten shoots. His creativity was wild, always seeking to bend light and shadow into something surreal, something unexpected. He wasn't the type to settle for a simple portrait or a standard landscape. No, Li Hua needed more. He wanted the strange, the uncanny, the art that made people stop and question what they were looking at. It was a typical Thursday morning when everything changed. Li Hua had been setting up for an experimental photo shoot, attempting to capture the moment light collided with the human form in ways never seen before. The idea was simple enough: use mirrors and custom-built light rigs to create impossible reflections. He wasn't exactly a physicist, but in his world, light had its own rules. But something went wrong. The light, which was supposed to dance gracefully across the reflective surfaces, instead exploded in a flurry of brilliance. There was a hum, like an electrical storm was about to unleash, and then a pulse, an overwhelming burst of light. For a split second, everything in the room turned white. Li Hua blinked rapidly, his eyes stinging as the brightness overwhelmed him. He stumbled back, feeling his way through the darkness that followed the light's assault. When his vision cleared, he found himself staring at something utterly bizarre. There, in the full-length mirror on the wall, stood him. But it wasn't really him. Not exactly. The version of himself in the mirror was standing tall, calm, almost serene. His posture was perfect, his clothes immaculate, his face free of the usual stress and fatigue that Li Hua had grown so accustomed to seeing in the reflection of his daily life. The mirror version was smiling, just a little, a hint of smugness curling the corners of his lips. He was, in every way, too perfect. A version of himself Li Hua had always dreamed of being, perhaps, but never had the patience to cultivate. Great, Li Hua muttered under his breath, rubbing his eyes. Now I'm hallucinating. He turned away from the mirror, trying to shake the weirdness off. But when he glanced back, the reflection was still there. This time, though, it wasn't just a mirror image. It moved. The other Li Hua stretched, running a hand through his hair as if he were a different person entirely. Okay, that's it, Li Hua said, stepping forward, reaching out to touch the glass. The moment his fingers made contact with the cold surface, the reflection did the same. But then, it winked at him. He stumbled back, breath hitching in his chest. Was this some kind of joke? Was someone playing a prank on him? But no one else was in the room. He checked the studio door, locked, just as it had been when he entered. He looked back at the mirror. His reflection was still there, smiling, waiting. It seemed to be enjoying this. Li Hua's fingers hovered over his phone. He snapped a picture of the mirror, expecting the light to distort or reveal something strange. After all, it wasn't like he hadn't captured impossible things before. But the photo, when he checked it, was pristine. Everything was in focus, the lighting perfect, and his reflection? No changes. Frustration bubbled up inside him. He was a professional. He understood light. He could bend it, manipulate it, control it to create the surreal images he was known for. But this? This was something else. He grabbed a nearby camera, snapping photo after photo, hoping for some sign of what had gone wrong. But each shot was more perfect than the last. The image of him in the mirror, too perfect, too pristine. The more he stared, the more unnerved he became. What was it about this image that seemed so alive? It wasn't long before the mirror itself began to change. Li Hua was staring at the glass, his mind trying to process what was happening, when the reflection suddenly bent in on itself. For just a moment, the version of him in the mirror flickered, and when it reappeared, his reflection was standing in a different place. But it wasn't a simple trick of the light. No, it was as if the mirror had shifted entirely. The version of him in the glass had moved, not by any obvious means, but with a fluidity that should have been impossible. He closed his eyes for a moment, thinking maybe it was the light, just a trick, some sort of visual distortion. But when he opened them again, the reflection was still there, moving of its own accord, smiling at him, as though waiting for something. Li Hua stepped back slowly, his mind racing. He reached for the nearest chair and sat down, staring at the mirror like it held the answers to a riddle he couldn't solve. And then, as if answering his silent question, the reflection spoke. "You're losing control," the mirror version said. Its voice was almost a mockery of his own, clear, confident, self-assured. "You always did, didn't you? Couldn't keep up with your own ideas. You've always wanted perfection, and now you've got it." Li Hua blinked, frozen. That wasn't possible. He hadn't said anything aloud. "What do you mean?" he finally managed, his voice hoarse. The reflection gave a sly smile, as if it had been waiting for him to ask. "You wanted power. You wanted to shape the world around you. But you can't even control yourself, can you?" Li Hua's pulse quickened. "You're not real. You're just a reflection. A trick." The mirror version laughed softly, a sound that seemed to echo around the room, filling it with an unnerving presence. "You can keep telling yourself that," it said, "but what if I told you you are the illusion? What if the world you've built, the world you think you control, is just the reflection?" The words hit Li Hua like a slap. He shook his head, trying to dismiss the idea. It was impossible. He was in control of his own reality, his own perceptions. But deep down, he knew something had shifted. The accident with the lights, the strange moment in the mirror, it wasn't just a freak occurrence. This was different. The reflection was right. Something was off. Li Hua's mind raced as he stared at his reflection. The mockery in its smile, the calm assurance in its posture, it was everything he hated about himself, everything he'd never been. His hand trembled as he reached for the camera, his fingers not quite steady enough to focus properly. His reflection stood there, unblinking, watching him, an echo of everything he'd tried to hide from. "You're not real," he whispered to himself, as though repeating the words could make them true. But the reflection just tilted its head slightly, as though considering the phrase. Real? What does that even mean, Li Hua? Isn't everything real to someone? You've spent your whole life bending light, bending people's perceptions of the world around you. You think that's truth? That's illusion, just like me. The words twisted through his mind like knots, pulling at something deep inside him. He looked away, focusing on the camera in his hands, hoping that if he could just click the shutter, if he could just snap the right shot, everything would make sense again. But when he raised the camera to his eye, the reflection didn't shift. It didn't act out of character, it just stood there, calmly observing him, as though amused by the whole spectacle. He exhaled sharply, lowering the camera. His fingers were no longer cooperating. He could feel the sweat trickling down his back. Something about this wasn't right. No amount of photos would fix it. This wasn't a problem with the light. This wasn't a problem with the mirror. This was something inside of him, something he had no control over, and for the first time in a long time, Li Hua didn't feel like the artist. He felt like the subject, trapped inside his own creation. The reflection smiled again, the same slow, knowing smile that seemed to mock every decision he'd ever made. It was as if the reflection knew what he was going to do before he did it. It wasn't just a mirror, it was a predator. Tell me something, the reflection said, its voice softer now, almost affectionate. How long have you been running from yourself, Li Hua? How long have you hidden behind your camera, your illusions, your endless search for meaning? Li Hua shook his head violently, trying to clear the thoughts swirling in his mind. This couldn't be happening. He wasn't running from anything. He was an artist. He created. He controlled what people saw. But as the reflection spoke, the words landed somewhere deep inside him, in that quiet place where his most buried fears resided. He could feel it then, something pulling at him, something calling him into the mirror. He took a step toward it, without thinking, driven by some primal need to confront whatever this was, to break free from it before it broke him. But as he reached out, his fingers never touched the glass. Instead, they passed through it as though the surface of the mirror were made of water. A shudder ran through him as he jerked his hand back, suddenly aware that the line between the world he knew and the one staring back at him was no longer so distinct. The reflection didn't move. It was still standing there, unmoving, watching him, the faint smile never leaving its lips. Come closer, it said. Don't be afraid. You've always wanted to know what lies beyond this world. Come and see. Without thinking, Li Hua took another step forward, and this time, the world seemed to shift around him. The room around him blurred, colors warping and twisting as the edges of his reality started to bend, to melt, to crumble like the pages of a book dissolving in water. He gasped, his heart pounding, as the world around him started to fold inward. The floor beneath him gave way, the walls stretched like rubber, and for a moment, he thought he might fall into the very reflection itself. He tried to call out, but the words stuck in his throat. There was nothing but the stillness of the mirror world, a cold, suffocating silence that pressed in on all sides. Where are you going? The reflection asked, its voice drifting through the darkness, surrounding him. This is where you belong, Li Hua. You've spent your life in search of meaning, but all you've ever needed was right here. It's not a world of light, of cameras and shadows. It's a world of truth. Li Hua's mind raced. He was losing himself in this place. His hands shook as he gripped the sides of his head, trying to focus, trying to find something solid in this distortion. But everything was slipping away from him. He could hear the soft hum of the lights overhead, but even they sounded far away, distant. And then, with a sudden shock, the world snapped back into focus. He was standing in his studio again, but it wasn't his studio. The layout had changed. The light was softer, warmer. The furniture, the paint on the walls, it was all different, subtly off. Even the smell of the air had changed, faintly metallic, like the air before a thunderstorm. He turned around, instinctively searching for the reflection, but it was gone. Or was it? In the corner of the room, through the window, he saw the reflection of his face, his real face, as it should be. He ran toward the glass, pressing his palm against it. But the reflection didn't move. It stayed still, like a dead thing. Only the slightest flicker of movement, his own eyes, shifting, watching him, confirmed it wasn't just his imagination. He spun back toward the mirror on the opposite wall. There, his reflection was standing again, waiting. Watching. No, Li Hua muttered. No more. But the reflection tilted its head again, just as it had before, a glimmer of that mocking smile spreading across its features. You think you can escape me? You think you can leave this place? This is the world you've created, Li Hua. This is the reality you've been hiding from. His breath came fast, panic rising in his chest as he staggered back, trying to process what was happening. I didn't make this, he whispered. This isn't me. This is just an illusion. The reflection laughed, a low, rich laugh that sent a chill down his spine. An illusion? Is it? Tell me, Li Hua, what's the difference between the world you live in and the one I've created for you? What if there's no difference? What if this world, this place, is just as real as anything else? He could feel the truth of those words begin to sink in, and it terrified him. His grip on reality was slipping. What if the world around him was just a reflection, a shadow of something deeper? What if the mirror world wasn't just a trick of light, but the real version of things, the version that he was too afraid to confront? What if everything he had worked for, every photograph he had taken, was nothing but another distortion, a reflection of the fear, the doubt, the chaos that he had tried to bury for years? The reflection in the mirror grew clearer, more distinct, and now it was no longer standing passively. It was moving toward him, stepping out of the glass, one deliberate footfall after another. Its smile grew wider, and Li Hua could see the shadows of his own fear in its eyes, and they were looking back at him, cold and unblinking. What is real, Li Hua? It asked softly, its voice now almost tender. What is true? You've been trying to control everything around you, but what if the only thing you can control is yourself? And then, without warning, the reflection reached forward and grabbed him. For a moment, everything went white again. When the white light faded, Li Hua felt his feet on solid ground again. But the ground beneath him was strange, shifting, as if it were made of something less tangible than the floor of his studio. He looked down, but he couldn't see his feet clearly, just a blurry, swirling surface that kept pulling at him, warping like liquid glass. He staggered back, disoriented, and tried to steady himself, but the feeling of floating, of not quite being in the world, made him sick to his stomach. And then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw it. The reflection, the mirror, stood ahead of him, but it wasn't a reflection at all anymore. It was a doorway, a window into another reality. The surface of the glass rippled like water, distorting everything around it. The reflection, or rather the version of him that had been standing so confidently in the mirror, was now standing outside of it, no longer just an image, but a real, tangible presence. Welcome back, the reflection said softly, its voice carrying through the strange space like a whisper in the wind. Its smile was unnervingly calm, its eyes flickering with something dark, something familiar. Did you really think you could escape me, Li Hua? You thought you could close your eyes and step away. But you can't. Not anymore. Li Hua swallowed hard, his mind reeling. Every instinct in him screamed to run, to get away from this thing, this other version of himself that seemed to exist outside the boundaries of reason. He backed away slowly, but the air felt thick, as though the very atmosphere was closing in around him. Every step he took only seemed to bring him closer to the reflection, as though it were pulling him in. You can't run from yourself, the reflection continued, its tone still disturbingly gentle. You've spent your whole life behind a lens, hiding from what you really are. You've spent so much time bending light, shaping reality, trying to create a perfect world. But in doing so, you've forgotten something. You've forgotten that the illusion was you all along. Li Hua's heart pounded in his chest. He knew this was not a simple hallucination. He knew it wasn't just a trick of the mind. This was real, in a way that was so far beyond his comprehension, it threatened to break him apart. He reached out instinctively, his hands shaking, trying to grasp the edges of reality, trying to feel something solid again, but the air rippled like water under his touch, pulling away from him, unwilling to allow him any purchase. That he closed his eyes, a wave of nausea sweeping through him. He couldn't breathe. His vision swam. And then he heard it again, that voice, like it was coming from the very center of his skull. "Look at yourself," it said. "Truly look." He opened his eyes and saw his reflection standing right in front of him, its face inches from his own. There was no longer any distance between them, no safety in the glass. They were one and the same, standing together in this strange liminal space where the laws of physics no longer applied. "You're terrified, aren't you?" the reflection murmured, its voice a caress. "You're afraid because you see the truth now. I am you, Li Hua. And you are me. The only difference is that I am everything you've hidden from. I am the part of you that you've been running from all these years. The part you've kept locked away in your art, in your images, in your obsession with light. And now it's come to take you." Li Hua gasped for air, his chest tight, his mind struggling to process the words. His thoughts felt fragmented, like pieces of a broken puzzle that couldn't be put together. But through the haze of panic, something started to form, a realization, a truth he couldn't escape. The reflection was right. It wasn't just an image. It wasn't a ghost, or a trick of light. It was the version of him that had always been there, lurking beneath the surface, waiting for the moment when he would finally be forced to confront it. "You've always been the one creating your own prison, Li Hua," the reflection continued, its lips curling into that familiar, mocking smile. "You've lived in a world of shadows, convincing yourself that you're the one in control, that you're the one shaping everything around you. But now, I'm here to show you the truth. You can't control me. You can't control what's inside of you." His head spun. It felt like the world was crumbling beneath his feet, as though the very fabric of reality was being undone. He tried to speak, but the words caught in his throat. He wanted to deny it, to push back against the reflection's claims, but the more he fought, the more he felt himself slipping, like he was being drawn into the mirror itself. The reflection took a step closer, and this time, Li Hua didn't move away. He couldn't. It was like he was rooted to the spot, his body paralyzed by the pull of the other version of himself. "I can make you see it," the reflection whispered. "I can show you what you've been hiding from all these years. The truth of who you really are." The room seemed to blur, and suddenly Li Hua found himself standing in front of a vast, empty gallery. The walls stretched endlessly, adorned with pictures, his art, his work. But something was wrong with them. The colors were wrong. The angles were twisted. Faces in the photographs looked back at him, but their eyes were wrong, blank, hollow, lifeless. The people in his photos weren't smiling anymore. They were staring at him, accusing him, as if they knew something he didn't. "Do you see it now?" the reflection asked, its voice ringing in his ears like a bell tolling in the distance. "You created this. You've spent so much time trying to control the light, trying to control the way the world looks, but look at the chaos it's brought you. This is the real world, Li Hua. Not the one you try to control. Not the one you capture through your lens. This is the world you've been hiding from." Li Hua's breath caught in his throat. He wanted to scream, to push the photos away, to deny the twisted, distorted versions of reality he saw in front of him. But he couldn't. The photographs were his, after all. They were his creations. They were the images he had manipulated, the light he had shaped, the illusions he had constructed. He had spent his life creating them, convincing himself that they were perfect, that they represented something pure. But now they were haunting him. The reflection smiled, stepping forward. "You've built a world of illusions, Li Hua. And now, I'm going to show you the truth." He tried to turn away, to escape, but the reflection's hand shot out, grabbing his arm with an unexpected force. Li Hua gasped as he felt the grip tighten, pulling him back toward the gallery. "No!" he shouted, struggling to break free, but it was no use. His reflection's grip was stronger than anything he could muster. "You can't escape me," the reflection said softly, as though it were a simple truth. "You are me." And then, with one final tug, Li Hua was pulled forward into the center of the gallery, and the world collapsed around him. The silence that followed was deafening. Li Hua stood alone, in a darkness so complete it felt like it was pressing down on him from all sides. There were no sounds, no lights, no shapes or forms, just an infinite, all-consuming nothing, and then, as though summoned by his thoughts, a light flickered to life ahead of him. It wasn't a light he had created. It wasn't a light he had controlled. It was something different, something pure, something real. The light grew, expanding around him, brightening the darkness, until Li Hua could see the outlines of the gallery once again. But this time, the photographs were different. They were no longer distorted. They were no longer twisted versions of reality. They were real. Li Hua stepped forward, his hands trembling as he reached out for one of the photos. He looked at the image, the same image he had created so many times, the same photograph he had always believed was perfect. But this time, it was different. This time, the light felt right. This time, the world felt true, and for the first time in his life, Li Hua understood. He wasn't the one who had created the illusions. He wasn't the one who had bent the light. He had been a part of it all along. That he wasn't just the photographer. He was the subject. Bing had always been a photographer with an eye for the unseen. The ordinary world, to most people, was just that, ordinary. But to her, it was full of hidden light, shadows, and angles that no one else seemed to notice. Her camera was her lens into these unseen realms, a tool to capture the beauty and chaos lurking just beneath the surface of everyday life. It was a crisp autumn morning when it happened, the day that would change everything. She stood on the roof of a studio building in the heart of the city, preparing for a photo shoot with a rare piece of equipment, an experimental light source that promised to create effects more surreal than anything the world had ever seen. The strobe light was supposed to be revolutionary, capable of cutting through darkness with such intensity, it could create a stark contrast between light and shadow, leaving no room for subtlety. Bing had been waiting for months for this opportunity, and now, at last, it was here. She squinted against the intense light as the assistant set up the device. They had spent hours calibrating it to the perfect settings. The studio's stark white walls would make the light come alive, creating high-contrast silhouettes that, she hoped, would evoke a sense of surrealism. She was excited, but also a little anxious. What if it didn't work? What if the light wasn't as magical as they'd been told? As she positioned herself behind the camera, preparing to capture the first image, the assistant flipped the switch. For a moment, everything went white, a blinding, overwhelming flash that flooded her vision. Bing froze, unable to blink. The light didn't just shine, it blasted into her, consuming her senses. It wasn't just a light anymore. It felt alive. Her heart raced, and her breath caught in her throat. And then, in an instant, it stopped. She staggered back, her eyes tearing from the sudden change in intensity. The world around her seemed to shimmer, like she was seeing through a veil of fog. But something was off. Something had changed. The air felt different, thicker somehow, as though the very fabric of reality had shifted. "Are you all right?" the assistant called, his voice faint in the background, but Bing barely heard him. She was looking at her surroundings, unable to comprehend what had just happened. She turned slowly, and for the first time in her life, she saw light, not just as a physical phenomenon but as something she could shape. Shadows moved on their own, twisting and bending like living creatures. Colors seemed to pulse in the air, shifting from red to gold to blue in waves. She reached out instinctively, her fingers brushing the air, and a ripple of light followed her touch. She gasped. She could control it. The shadows obeyed her every movement. A thought, a flick of the wrist, and a beam of light transformed into a shape, an angular, sharp silhouette that loomed over the assistant. The strobe light's reflection seemed to respond to her, mimicking her thoughts in real time. It was like a dance, an intricate play between her mind and the energy around her. In a daze, Bing raised the camera to her eye and snapped a photo. When she reviewed the image, it was like nothing she'd ever seen. The light had formed a living, breathing figure, a perfect balance of light and shadow, solid and fluid, as though it had been plucked from her very imagination. But it wasn't just the beauty of the image that stunned her, it was the effect it had on her. She felt alive in a way she never had before. "Did you see that?" she whispered to herself. She blinked rapidly, still trying to process what had just occurred. "See what?" the assistant asked, stepping closer, but Bing didn't respond. She was already experimenting, creating a burst of light that wrapped around her hand like a ribbon. She formed it into spirals, watching as the light bent to her will. She looked at the assistant and smiled, a strange, wild smile. He didn't seem to notice the change in her demeanor. But Bing knew. She knew that her mind was racing, but she couldn't shake the feeling that she wasn't just controlling the light, she was becoming part of it. By the time she left the studio that afternoon, Bing was a different person. She barely noticed the world around her as she walked, her steps quick and uncertain. Her mind kept racing, replaying the moment when she had first felt the light respond to her thoughts. The potential of it was overwhelming. What else could she do with this power? What else could she control? That night, she sat alone in her small apartment, the dim light from the street lamp outside filtering in through the window. She had tried to push the experience from her mind, but it refused to leave. She needed to test it again, to see if what had happened was real. She closed her eyes and focused, reaching out with her thoughts, as though she could feel the light again. In her mind's eye, the shadows shifted, just like they had in the studio. She raised her hand, and in the air before her, she saw it, a flicker of light, small at first, like the beginning of a spark. She held her breath, concentrating harder. The light swirled, responding to her will. It arced across the room, stretching and warping like a living creature, following her every movement. It wasn't a trick of the mind. The power was real. The next few days were a blur of experimentation and discovery. Bing quickly realized that she could not only manipulate light but also bend the shadows around her to create anything her mind could imagine. The light wasn't just a tool, it was her tool, and she had full control over it. She could use it to form shapes, geometrical, organic, impossible, and she could project them into reality, transforming her surroundings into surreal landscapes. But there was more. She found that she could not only create beautiful, complex images, but also evoke emotions in people. She didn't even have to speak to them. A simple shift in the tone of light could affect their mood. She could bring warmth, peace, and serenity, or she could invoke tension, fear, and anger. It was subtle at first. She created a soft, golden glow around her mother one evening, and her mother, usually gruff and weary from a long day, suddenly relaxed, laughing softly at a silly joke Bing had made. Bing had smiled, but the smile was bittersweet. She wasn't sure if she should feel proud of her power, or disturbed by it. The next experiment was more deliberate. She manipulated the light in a crowded cafe, creating a soft, ambient glow that made everyone inside feel unusually happy and connected. She watched as strangers exchanged smiles and began chatting with one another. They didn't know why they felt so drawn to each other. They only knew that they did, and then, she did the opposite. One evening, she created a cold, sterile light in a local bar. The moment the light hit the patrons, the atmosphere shifted. Conversations halted, replaced by uneasy silence. She watched, fascinated and horrified, as people grew tense, shifting in their seats, avoiding eye contact. The bar seemed to grow smaller, colder, more distant. Bing's heart raced with excitement. She had discovered something extraordinary, something that could alter not just the physical world but the emotional and psychological landscape of those around her. The following days were a whirlwind of self-imposed tests. Bing discovered that she could use the light to not just influence moods, but to subtly guide people's behavior. She started small, tuning the light around her friends to encourage certain responses. One evening, she created a warm, golden light in a restaurant, and within minutes, the entire table was laughing, relaxed, and open. Another time, she adjusted the light around a colleague, and the once stubborn person became unexpectedly agreeable. She didn't use her power for anything malicious, at least not yet. But she could feel the temptation beginning to grow. The more she could influence, the more she wanted to test the boundaries of her abilities. It was on the fourth day after her discovery that Bing received a call that would set everything in motion. "Hello, Bing," the voice on the other end said. "We've seen your work. We want you to take part in a new project, a collaboration, something more than just photography. Something transformative." She didn't know it then, but that call would be the beginning of her journey into something much darker. The possibilities she had only begun to glimpse would soon be tested in ways she couldn't yet imagine. The call was brief, but it felt like an invitation into another world. Bing hadn't expected it. This wasn't the kind of thing that happened to someone like her. Or maybe, in her heart, she knew it was inevitable. The more she delved into her abilities, the more she sensed the pull towards something bigger, something that would take her beyond the confines of her small apartment and the quiet city streets. The voice on the other end of the line belonged to a woman, smooth, authoritative, with a hint of intrigue in it. She introduced herself as Lara, a representative for an underground collective of artists and technologists who were experimenting with new forms of creative expression. They had seen Bing's work, or at least what little of it she had shared online, and they were fascinated. Lara didn't give many details, but she promised her that the project they had in mind would allow Bing to push her limits further than she ever could have imagined. The next morning, Bing found herself sitting in the back of a sleek black car, headed to an undisclosed location somewhere on the outskirts of the city. Her mind raced as she stared out the window at the blur of streets and buildings. There was no turning back now. She didn't know if she was ready for whatever this new world was going to demand of her, but she could feel it, the excitement, the anticipation, the dread of what might come next. The car stopped in front of a nondescript building in a quiet industrial district. The windows were dark, and the door was plain. Nothing about the place screamed cutting-edge art or underground revolution. But as Bing stepped out onto the pavement, a sense of gravity settled over her. She could tell that this place was unlike anything she had encountered before. Lara was waiting for her at the door, a tall woman with short cropped hair and a serious demeanor. She offered a smile, but it was the kind of smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "Welcome," she said, leading Bing inside. The space was dimly lit, with a stark, clinical vibe. It felt like a laboratory more than a studio, though there were splashes of color and abstract images scattered around, framed photos, paintings, and projections that shifted and changed. Some of the walls seemed alive, not with light but with movement, almost like the projections had become part of the very fabric of the space. "You'll get used to it," Lara said, noticing Bing's fascinated look. "It's not like anything you've seen before. We're creating new forms of art that is not just visual, but sensory, emotional, psychologically immersive." Bing nodded, still absorbing the environment. She couldn't help but feel the pull of the place, the way it seemed to hum with potential. It was as if the space itself knew what she could do, and it was welcoming her into something much larger than herself. The next few hours passed in a blur. Lara and a few other members of the collective, each one an artist, a technologist, or a theorist, gave Bing a rundown of what they had been working on. The group was experimenting with a new kind of immersive environment, a combination of advanced projection technology, sound manipulation, and emotional response mapping. The goal was to create an experience that could deeply alter the way people interacted with the world around them, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. And Bing's role in this? They wanted her to be the linchpin. Her ability to manipulate light and shadow was exactly what they needed to push their project to the next level. She would help them create immersive environments, rooms where the light could bend and shift in ways that would make people feel everything from euphoria to despair. They wanted her to use her unique talents to affect the emotions of those who entered these spaces, to create a kind of emotional choreography. At first, He-Bing was thrilled. It was everything she had ever dreamed of, an opportunity to create art that could reach into the very hearts of people. To move them, shape them, make them feel something deep and real. But the more she listened, the more questions began to bubble to the surface. How far would they push this? Would they simply be creating art, or were they trying to control something deeper? And what about the people who experienced it? Were they consenting to be part of this experiment, or were they being manipulated? Her thoughts were interrupted when Lara returned with a projector, an elaborate piece of equipment, far more advanced than any camera He-Bing had ever used. "Let's show you what we're working with," Lara said, guiding her to a large, open space at the center of the room. He-Bing stepped into the space, feeling a slight buzz in the air, as though something was shifting beneath her feet. Lara flicked a switch, and suddenly, the room was flooded with light. The shadows bent and twisted, forming images in mid-air. Some were geometric, others abstract, but all of them were vivid and alive, like the light itself was dancing to some rhythm only it could hear. He-Bing marveled at the display. The images pulsed with emotion. One moment they were calm, serene, like a slow-moving river. The next, they were chaotic, sharp, and jagged, like a storm tearing through the sky. She felt a strange chill run down her spine. There was something unnerving about how quickly the light shifted, as if it had a will of its own. Lara watched her closely, a smile playing at the corners of her lips. It's not just about creating something beautiful. It's about creating an experience that can influence the mind. The light, the colors, the patterns, they all trigger emotional responses in the people who experience them. Some will feel elation, others fear. Some will feel calm. Some will feel anger. It's not just about art anymore. It's about control. At that, He-Bing's stomach tightened. The power of it all, was that really what they were after? She knew, deep down, that she could do this. She could manipulate the light, shape it into whatever form she wanted, evoke any emotion she desired. But the more she thought about it, the more uneasy she became. This wasn't just about creating art. It was about controlling the emotional and mental states of others. And once you had that kind of power, where did it end? Lara must have sensed her hesitation. "I know what you're thinking," she said, her voice soft but firm. "You're wondering if this is ethical. If it's right. But think about it, art has always been about influence. All we're doing is taking it one step further. We're not just asking people to look at something. We're giving them a chance to experience something they've never felt before. It's a new frontier. A revolution in art and human experience." He-Bing didn't know how to respond. The pull of the project was undeniable, and a part of her wanted to jump in, to push herself and her abilities to the absolute limit. But another part, the part that had always wanted to create purely for the sake of creation, was starting to question the consequences. That night, as she lay in bed, she couldn't sleep. Her mind was a swirl of images, light bending, shifting, molding itself into faces and figures. She could hear the voices of the people she had manipulated in the past, each one a whisper in her ear, their emotions responding to her whims. Would it be any different now? Would it be the same as what she had already done, only on a larger scale? The thought of controlling people's emotions, of bending them to her will, made her feel sick. But at the same time, there was an undeniable thrill to it, a rush that came with knowing she could do it, that she had the power to shape the very fabric of reality around her. The more she thought about it, the more the lines blurred. What was the difference between art and control? Were they really so separate? The answer, she realized, was that there was no line. Not anymore. The following days were filled with meetings and preparation. He Bing was introduced to more members of the collective, each one eager to see her abilities in action. They set up a series of tests, controlled environments where He Bing could manipulate light and shadow to create different emotional effects. At first, it felt like an exhilarating game. She crafted moments of joy, fear, and wonder, each one more complex than the last. She saw the impact it had on people, how they reacted, how their faces shifted when the light changed. It was as if she had become the director of a psychological drama, shaping the cast of characters without them even knowing it, but the more she did it, the less she felt like an artist, and the more she felt like a puppeteer. The deeper He Bing immersed herself in the project, the more she could feel the subtle shift inside her. At first, it had been an intellectual thrill, the joy of mastering something new, something powerful. But now, with each new experiment, with each carefully curated moment of light and shadow, she began to wonder if she was losing herself in the very thing she had once loved. The collective had begun to push her further. Lara, always there with her quiet intensity, seemed to be watching her more closely. The tests became less about creating emotional depth and more about control. The idea wasn't just to influence someone's mood, it was to direct them, to shape their thoughts, to manipulate them. The boundary between art and manipulation began to blur, and He Bing wasn't sure where to draw the line anymore. The power was intoxicating. With every shift of the light, with every subtle change in its hue and direction, she could see the reactions of the people around her. Their faces, their eyes, they didn't just follow the light. They responded to it. She could feel their thoughts, almost as if they were her own. A reflection of her will. It was a small, seemingly inconsequential test that made her realize how far she had come. The group had set up a demonstration at a gallery opening, a crowd of art enthusiasts, investors, and critics who were all eager to see the next big thing in immersive art. He Bing had been tasked with creating an environment that would captivate the audience, something that would evoke a profound emotional response. She set up the room, dimming the lights and preparing the projections. The space was empty, save for a few scattered pieces of furniture, but she could see the reactions already in her mind's eye. She didn't need to observe the audience's faces. She already knew what they would feel. The light would tell them. The crowd filed in, their footsteps echoing on the polished floors. As the lights dimmed further, He Bing's projections came alive. They shifted, forming into delicate shapes, flickering shadows, ethereal figures. For a moment, everything felt like art again, like beauty. The subtle glow of the light was warm, inviting, and the people responded. There were smiles, small gasps of wonder. It was perfect, but then, something changed. The light shifted, just slightly, enough to alter the emotional tone. It wasn't something He Bing intended. It was a mistake. She had allowed her mind to wander for just a moment, and the light had followed, the images twisting into something darker. The warmth bled into cold, the soft hues turning harsh, sharp. The shadows elongated, wrapping around the figures like tendrils. And suddenly, the audience, who had been so relaxed, so entranced, shifted. He Bing watched as the crowd's mood evaporated. A few people stiffened. Others glanced nervously at each other, their conversations faltering. The room, once full of light and wonder, now felt suffocating, charged with an underlying tension. She hadn't meant for it to happen, but she knew that the change was hers to control. She could feel it, the way the atmosphere thickened, how it began to press on the people around her. She could see the emotions playing out before her, as clear as if they were written on their faces. Fear. Unease. The air was charged with it, like static before a storm. It wasn't just the light. It was her thoughts, her intentions, that were now twisting the environment around her. The crowd was shifting in their seats, looking over their shoulders, muttering in hushed tones. Some of them looked up at the projections, their expressions becoming more tense, eyes darting around the room as if something was closing in on them. Her heart pounded. She had made a mistake. She wanted to change it, to undo the moment, but it was too late. The light had already worked its magic. The projections had moved beyond her control, feeding on the tension in the room, amplifying it, and then, with a swift motion, Bing adjusted the light again. It was a flick of the wrist, an instant change. The atmosphere shifted, and just like that, the fear evaporated. The light softened once more, glowing with a gentle, almost magical warmth. The people in the room visibly relaxed, their tension dissipating. There was a collective sigh of relief. They didn't know what had happened, but they felt it. The light had changed them. Bing felt a thrill rush through her. She had done it. She had shaped the crowd, manipulated their very emotional state. But as she watched the crowd slowly resume their calm, their smiles returning, something inside her shifted. Was it too much? Was it right? The thrill of controlling so many lives at once felt like power, but it also felt wrong. She was playing with something that wasn't just light. It was the mind, the emotions. The very essence of who these people were. She excused herself from the gallery after the presentation, leaving the others to celebrate. Her head was spinning, and she needed air. The street outside was cold, but it felt like a cleansing after the heat of the room. The city lights glowed in the distance, and for the first time in days, she allowed herself to breathe without the weight of the projections pressing down on her, but the sense of unease lingered. She had crossed a line. She had felt it, seen it in their eyes. The more she wielded this power, the more she realized the consequences. She wasn't just creating. She wasn't just making art. She was controlling people's emotions. She was shaping their experiences, and she could go further. She didn't know why that thought came to her, but it did. What if she could go further? What if she could manipulate not just emotions, but thoughts? Could she plant ideas? Could she guide someone's decision? Could she bend their will to her own? The next day, Bing couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Lara was more present now, her shadow hovering over every decision. There was an undercurrent to their conversations, a sense of urgency and ambition that wasn't there before. They weren't just pushing her to create art anymore. They were pushing her to create influence. Power. They saw the potential in her, the ability to go beyond what anyone else had ever dreamed of. But the cost of that potential, it was starting to weigh on her. Lara's words echoed in her mind. Art has always been about influence. It's about creating an experience that changes people. But was it? Or was it about power? Was this what they were really after? The collective had always been a little mysterious, a little elusive, and Bing was starting to feel the weight of their expectations. One evening, when the team gathered for a meeting, Bing asked, "What exactly are you trying to do here? What's the end goal?" Lara's eyes flickered, but she didn't flinch. "We're not just creating art for art's sake, Bing. We're creating a new kind of experience, one that can change the world. We can move beyond just making people feel, we can make them act." Bing's pulse quickened. Act? What do you mean? Lara smiled, but it was a cold, calculating smile. You can make them see the world differently. You can make them feel differently. And with the right influence, the right guidance, you can make them do what you want. What we want. Together, we can shape the future. Bing was silent, the weight of Lara's words sinking in. She had known there was something bigger going on, but now she understood. It wasn't just about creating an immersive art experience. It was about controlling people, shaping not just their emotions, but their actions. They wanted more than art. They wanted influence. And they wanted her to be the architect of it. She stood up abruptly, the tension between her and Lara thick in the air. "I need to think," she said, her voice shaking with uncertainty. As she walked away from the meeting, her mind was a whirlwind. This was more than she had signed up for. She had wanted to create beauty, to evoke emotion, but now it seemed like something darker was on the horizon. She could feel the temptation in the air, the allure of power. But at what cost? That night, Bing stood in front of the large mirror in her apartment, staring at her reflection. Her face seemed unfamiliar now. The light she had mastered had begun to reflect back at her, showing her something she didn't recognize. She wasn't just an artist anymore. She was something else, something that could change the world, or destroy it. She raised her hand, and the shadows around her room shifted in response, just like they always did. She could feel the power, pulsing beneath her fingertips. The light bent and twisted, creating images, manipulating emotions. She had always been in control. But now, for the first time, she wasn't sure if she wanted to be. The mirror stared back at her, and the answer to her question lingered in the stillness of the room. Could she use this power to make the world better? Or was she doomed to become another puppet master, pulling strings until there was nothing left of the people around her? The decision would come soon enough. She could feel it, deep inside, where the light and shadow met. The bright lights of the laboratory hummed like a low, constant buzz, a sound that would have been soothing to anyone else. But to Chao Tianyu, the young photographer standing before the massive optical equipment, it was just a reminder of how much he hated having to work at all hours of the night. His eyes were bleary from the endless hours of tweaking lenses and adjusting light sources. His assistant, a nervous techie named Li, stood in the corner, pressing a tablet against his chest, already sweating from the impending experiment. The room was too sterile, too quiet. Everywhere he looked, cold, metallic surfaces and gleaming glass stared back at him, mocking the creativity he felt was slowly draining out of his soul. "I'm telling you, the angle's off," Tianyu muttered, fiddling with the controls. "This experiment's supposed to change everything about optical physics, and I can't even get the damn thing to point in the right direction." "You said that last time," Li replied, the uncertainty in his voice punctuated by an involuntary glance at the heavy-duty light system at the center of the lab. He wasn't exactly thrilled about being so close to something that had the potential to blind a man or, worse, burn him alive. "Are you sure this is safe?" "Safe?" Tianyu snorted, looking up from his work. "Safety is for amateurs. You know the deal, Li. We're pushing boundaries here. Don't you want to be part of something revolutionary?" Li swallowed but didn't respond. The truth was, he didn't, but he wasn't about to argue. He had seen the way Tianyu worked, driven, single-minded, obsessed with capturing perfection in a world that had no place for it. Tianyu adjusted his camera again. It was an absurdly complex setup, a network of lasers, lenses, and mirrors arranged in a carefully orchestrated configuration that was supposed to push the boundaries of light, bending it in ways no one had ever imagined. The goal was simple: control light itself. To be able to bend and shape it at will, to manipulate shadows and photons to create any image, any perception, at any moment. Tianyu had the perfect instincts for photography, but the tech behind this experiment was a whole other beast. That's why he was here tonight, trying to harness the future that he flicked a switch on the control panel, and the machine whined to life. At first, it was a small flicker, like the hum of a fluorescent bulb. But then it began to grow. Tianyu's heart skipped a beat as the intense light grew brighter, whiter, until it flooded the lab. It was a perfect, pure beam, the kind of light he had spent years chasing in his photography. But this wasn't light from a bulb or the sun, it was different. This was engineered light, light that could be molded, shaped, used as a tool of creation. "I'm going to take a shot," Tianyu said, pulling his camera into position. Li's voice trembled, growing more urgent. "Tianyu, don't," but it was too late. Tianyu pressed the shutter, and the entire room erupted in a blinding, searing flash. The last thing he remembered before his vision went white was the sound of glass shattering. When Tianyu came to, he was sprawled across the cold, tiled floor of the lab, his head aching and his ears ringing. The light had vanished, leaving an eerie darkness in its wake. His heart raced. He could still feel the residual energy of the burst of light in his body, as if it had seeped into his very bones. He blinked, trying to focus on the scene around him. The lab was in disarray. Equipment lay scattered across the floor, a few chairs overturned, but the worst of it was the hole in the ceiling. The light had torn through it like a laser cutting through butter. His camera was still in his hand, untouched by the chaos, but something was wrong. Something didn't feel right. Tianyu pushed himself to his feet, his head swimming. He glanced around the room again, but this time he felt different. The shadows seemed deeper, darker. They were no longer static, they moved, almost like living things, stretching and folding in response to his every movement that he turned his hand in front of him. The shadow of his fingers seemed to linger a little too long on the wall, almost as if the light was reluctant to leave him. He pulled back, startled. He should have been disoriented, maybe even in pain. But there was no dizziness, no blurriness to his vision. Instead, there was clarity. A sharpness that felt new, like he could see the world in a way that wasn't just physical. "Li?" Tianyu called out, his voice hoarse. There was no answer. Tianyu began to move toward the door, but as he stepped across the threshold, something caught his eye. On the wall just ahead, a reflection of himself appeared, his own image, standing motionless in the hallway. But Tianyu hadn't moved yet. His reflection, however, was already walking ahead, a perfect duplicate of him. He froze, his breath catching in his throat. It was then that he understood. He wasn't just seeing light differently. He had become it. He had become shadow and light itself, able to manipulate the very forces that had once been beyond his reach. For the next few days, Tianyu tested his newfound abilities. It wasn't a simple skill, this wasn't some magic trick he could use at will. No, this was something far more complex. With focus, he could bend light around him, cloak himself in shadows, distort the environment with illusions so powerful that even his mind had trouble distinguishing what was real. He could become invisible, fade in and out of his surroundings, or manipulate the appearance of objects with a flick of his wrist. It was exhilarating. The first time he used his power for something practical was when he slipped into a bank vault one evening. He'd received an anonymous tip about a corrupt corporate executive using the system to hide funds. Tianyu didn't need to break into the vault. He didn't even need to touch the door. Instead, he projected an illusion of the keycard being swiped, the code being entered, an image so vivid that even the security cameras didn't register anything unusual. The next thing he knew, he was inside the vault, with stacks of illegal money spread out before him. He laughed to himself, shaking his head. He hadn't even needed to do anything except think it into existence. The thrill of it was intoxicating, but the more he used his abilities, the more he felt himself changing. He started noticing things he hadn't before. People's expressions seemed to flicker in his peripheral vision, like they were illusions themselves. Sometimes, when he caught someone looking at him, he felt as though they weren't truly seeing him at all, but something that had been projected into their minds. Something that wasn't real. And there was something else, too, a feeling that he wasn't alone in this world of shadows. That there were others out there, people who knew how to use light in ways far darker than he could ever imagine. He could feel their presence, just beyond his reach. That night, as Tianyu sat in his apartment, reviewing the photographs he'd taken, his phone buzzed. It was a message from an unknown number. "You are not the only one with the power to control the light." Tianyu stared at the message for a long time. The feeling of unease began to settle in, like a shadow creeping over the edges of his mind. He had known something like this was inevitable. If his experiment had created these abilities, surely it had done the same for others, but who? And for what purpose? Under the dim light of his apartment, Tianyu's eyes never left the cryptic text message. The words seemed to pulse on the screen, as if they were waiting for his next move, daring him to respond. His thumb hovered over the reply button, but something held him back. There was a sense of foreboding in those words, a recognition that whatever was happening to him wasn't just a gift or an accident, it was part of something larger, something he didn't fully understand. He tossed the phone on the couch and stood up, pacing the room, his thoughts racing. The world outside his apartment felt far away, but also unnervingly close. He could feel the shadows in the corners of the room pulling at him, as if they were alive, eager to merge with his own shadow, to pull him deeper into a world he wasn't sure he wanted to be part of. He flexed his fingers, testing his power again. With a thought, his hand disappeared into the shadow cast by the low-hanging lamp. His entire arm seemed to dissolve into nothingness before snapping back, the light catching the edges of his skin once more. Tianyu had grown accustomed to the oddity of his abilities. He could hide in plain sight, slip into a darkened corner of a room and become invisible, or conjure entire illusions that were so real he almost forgot they were just images. It was thrilling, but also isolating. The more he used his power, the more disconnected he felt from the world he had once known. His photographs had once been his way to capture life, to frame it in a way that felt meaningful. But now, even photography felt hollow. What was the point of capturing something when you could make it appear and disappear at will? Was there anything real anymore? His phone buzzed again, interrupting his thoughts. The same number. A new message. You think you control it, but you are merely a conduit. You are being watched. You are being shaped. A chill ran through him. Whoever this was knew more about him than he was comfortable with. He'd always prided himself on being in control, on knowing what he was doing, on capturing the perfect shot, on knowing when to take the picture and when to let it slip away. But now? Now it seemed that control had slipped from his hands like sand. The feeling gnawed at him. His power had come too quickly, and its cost was starting to reveal itself. Tianyu grabbed his phone and typed out a response, his fingers shaking slightly. Who is this? The reply came almost immediately. We are everywhere. Watching. Waiting. You cannot escape what you have become. He stared at the words, his heart thumping in his chest. He stood frozen in place for a long moment, uncertainty creeping in. This was no coincidence. Whoever had sent this message knew about the experiment, knew about his abilities, and knew exactly what he was capable of. It was almost as if they were anticipating his every move. There was a knock at the door. Tianyu's heart skipped a beat. It was late, far too late for anyone to be visiting. He approached the door cautiously, stepping lightly on the wooden floor, trying not to make a sound. He hadn't heard anyone come up the stairs, no footsteps outside the apartment. Just silence. He pressed his ear to the door, but there was no sound from the other side, just the faint hum of the city far below. He debated whether to open it or not. Every instinct told him to run, to hide, but something compelled him to unlock the door. Slowly, he turned the handle and cracked it open, his heart racing. Nothing, there was no one standing in the hallway, no figure lurking in the shadows. Just a single sheet of paper, lying on the floor. Tianyu knelt down and picked it up. It was a photograph, a high-resolution shot of him, standing at the control panel in the lab, the very moment the explosion of light had happened. The clarity was startling. He'd never seen the image before, and yet, there he was, captured in the midst of the disaster, his body surrounded by a blur of light, the camera's lens reflecting the intensity of the flash. But it wasn't just a photo. It was a warning, written in the corner, in bold black ink, were 3 simple words: "You are marked." He stared at the photograph, his hands trembling. Who could have taken this? Who could have known exactly where he had been? It wasn't just a coincidence. It was a message, and it was meant for him. Tianyu slammed the door shut, locking it this time, and backed away. His mind was racing, but his body felt paralyzed. He had no idea who was behind this, who these people were, or what they wanted. But the message was clear. He wasn't in control anymore. He wasn't the one pulling the strings. The room felt smaller, the shadows growing longer. He could hear them now, the whispers. They were in the corners of the room, in the dark spaces, where the light couldn't reach. His breath quickened. His powers were still there, still waiting for him to command them, but for the first time, Tianyu wasn't sure he wanted to. What had started as an incredible gift, something he could wield and shape, had now become something far darker, something beyond his understanding. He sank into a chair, his head spinning. The weight of everything was crushing him. He wanted to fight back. He wanted to take control again. But the more he thought about it, the more he realized how little control he actually had. He wasn't just facing some criminal syndicate or a group of rogue criminals. He was dealing with something far more dangerous, something that had been watching him from the shadows long before he had even realized what was happening. The phone buzzed again, and Tianyu's heart sank. The message wasn't a surprise, but it still hit him like a blow. "We are the Eclipse. You will join us. Or you will burn." Tianyu's blood ran cold. The Eclipse. The name struck a chord in his mind, and suddenly, everything clicked. The whispers, the feeling of being watched, the sense that something far darker was lurking in the background, it all made sense now. The Eclipse wasn't just a group of rogue operatives or criminals using the power of light. They were something more, something far older, and they were planning something big, something that could reshape the world. That he couldn't just walk away. He couldn't pretend this wasn't happening. His abilities, his powers, they weren't his to control anymore. They belonged to something larger, something that had its sights set on him. Tianyu had no choice now. The stakes were too high. He could try to fight back, to expose the truth and take down the Eclipse, but he knew that would come at a price. Or he could join them, align himself with the very forces that had pushed him into this world of shadows and light. Either way, there was no going back. The decision gnawed at him. He stood up, pacing again, his mind torn between the two paths that seemed to be pulling him in opposite directions. He could feel the weight of his choices settling on his shoulders. Every moment of indecision made the shadows grow longer. The walls of the apartment seemed to close in on him, suffocating him with their pressure. But one thing was clear: Tianyu couldn't keep hiding forever. The phone buzzed again, and this time, he didn't hesitate. He picked it up, his fingers numb, and typed a response. "What do you want from me?" The answer came swiftly. "Come to us. Only then will you understand." Tianyu dropped the phone on the table. His thoughts were no longer his own. The choice had been made for him. The door opened. Tianyu's heart thudded in his chest as the door to his apartment swung open, but the hallway outside was empty. His pulse hammered in his ears, but the weight of the situation settled on him. He wasn't sure if he was relieved or disappointed. The invitation was clear: come to us. Only then will you understand. Whoever they were, they had been watching him long before he even realized the depth of his powers. And now, it seemed, there was no escaping them. He stepped back from the door, his gaze darting across the apartment. The shadows, once just quiet corners of his space, now felt alive, stretching toward him like tendrils, hungry for something he couldn't name. Tianyu knew it was pointless to try and outrun them. He couldn't run from the Eclipse, not from what they represented, not from the pull of his own abilities. They had always been lurking in the background of his life, and now they were here, at the center of everything. His mind raced, bouncing between defiance and fear. In the end, he knew one thing for sure: he had no choice but to go to them. It was nearly midnight by the time Tianyu stepped outside. The city streets were quiet, bathed in an eerie, ghostly glow from the flickering streetlights. His steps echoed off the pavement, the sound sharp in the stillness. The shadows stretched unnaturally, their dark forms bending in ways that felt almost like they were beckoning him. Every corner he turned, every step he took, felt like a part of him was slowly being drawn deeper into their web. He had no clear destination, just the direction he had felt pulled toward since that message had appeared on his phone. The city was vast, full of its secrets and whispers, but for the first time, it felt as if it was watching him, as if it had always known this moment would come. As he walked, his mind churned. He had never imagined that his photography, his art, would lead him to this. What had once been a way to capture fleeting moments of beauty had now become something far more dangerous. The manipulation of light and shadow was no longer about creating pictures, it was about controlling perceptions, bending reality to his will. And yet, that control felt precarious. At any moment, he might lose himself to it. The more he thought about the Eclipse, the more he realized how little he understood them. He knew only one thing for certain: they were a force, an entity that thrived in the shadows, and they were not playing by the same rules as everyone else. His mind kept returning to their words, "You are being shaped." What did that mean? What were they turning him into? He stopped in front of a small alley, the shadows there feeling particularly thick, as though they were waiting for him to pass through. There was a sense of finality in the moment, a momentary hesitation that made the air feel charged. This wasn't just about powers anymore. This was about control. The Eclipse had their eyes on him, and whether he liked it or not, he was part of their plan. Tianyu didn't know if he would be able to survive what was coming next, but he knew he couldn't escape it. Turning down the alley, he noticed something that made his stomach tighten. There, at the end of the passageway, a figure stood in the shadows. Tall, imposing, almost featureless except for the faint glint of light off a pair of glasses. The figure didn't move, but Tianyu could feel their eyes on him, watching him. A chill ran down his spine, looking for something. The voice was deep, smooth, almost casual, as though it had been waiting for this moment. Tianyu didn't reply immediately, trying to assess the figure in front of him. His instincts told him to be cautious, but the strange pull in his gut told him that he needed to keep moving forward. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice steady, though his pulse was beginning to quicken. The figure stepped forward, moving as if the darkness itself was an extension of them. Their face remained obscured in shadow, but their presence was undeniable. "You're Chao Tianyu, the one with the light," the figure said. Their tone wasn't accusatory, just matter of fact. "We've been waiting for you." Tianyu's hands clenched into fists at his sides. "Waiting for me? Why?" The figure smiled, a cold, knowing smile. "You've always been part of this. You just didn't know it yet. The Eclipse has been watching you for some time, Tianyu. Watching your experiments, watching your photography. You've had the power to change reality since the moment you stepped into that lab." Tianyu didn't know what to say. He had always thought his ability was an accident, something he stumbled into. But hearing this, feeling the weight of the words, made him realize just how wrong he had been. His accident had never been random. It had been a signal, a beacon that had drawn the Eclipse to him. "You can stop pretending you're in control now," the figure said, almost like they were reading his thoughts. "The power you've unlocked? It's not yours to keep. It never was." Before Tianyu could react, the figure moved, faster than he could track. One moment, they were a shadow at the end of the alley, and the next, they were standing right in front of him, their face still hidden. "Who are you?" Tianyu demanded, his heart racing. He was beginning to feel cornered, the same way he had felt back in his apartment when he had read the message. The figure finally spoke again, their voice almost a whisper. "I am Obsidian." Tianyu's breath caught in his chest. He had heard the name before. It had been mentioned in passing, in rumors, whispers of someone who had once been part of the same lab where Tianyu had experimented with the light, someone who had fallen into darkness. "The Eclipse is not just a group," Obsidian continued. "It's a revolution. A way of seeing the world. A way of reshaping the world through perception itself. And you, Tianyu, are the key to all of it. You can control light and shadow, bend it to your will. You can make the world believe whatever you want it to believe. The world is built on illusions, and now, you can shape them. You can bring about the change we've been waiting for." Tianyu's mind reeled. He wanted to fight. He wanted to reject everything Obsidian was saying. But deep down, there was something that pulled at him. The power. The freedom. He could see it now, the potential to remake the world, to control reality itself. I don't want to control the world," Tianyu said, his voice barely above a whisper. Obsidian tilted his head. "You don't have a choice, Tianyu. The world has always been controlled. You were just too blind to see it. We've given you the power to see the truth. Now you will help us reshape it." Tianyu shook his head, his thoughts racing. He wasn't ready to surrender. He didn't want this. But even as he thought it, he felt the pull of the shadows, the growing temptation of all that he could do with the abilities he now possessed. Obsidian's hand reached out, and Tianyu felt a surge of power, something sharp and cold, as though the shadows themselves were gathering around him. "You don't have to decide now," Obsidian said. "But we'll be waiting. Come to us when you're ready. We'll show you how far this power can take you." With that, Obsidian stepped back, vanishing into the darkness as though he had never been there. Tianyu stood in the alley, breathing heavily, his mind in turmoil. The shadows seemed to press in on him, growing thicker, more oppressive. The choice was now his. But could he make the right one? Wang Qi sat in the corner of the cafe, idly sipping a lukewarm coffee as she watched the world outside blur into a sea of hurried faces and honking cars. The kind of morning that made the city seem alive in all its chaotic, frustrating glory. There was a certain comfort in watching people move in their own little worlds, unaware of the eyes upon them. Wang Qi had always been a watcher, a passive observer who saw beauty in the unnoticed. She lifted her camera, a slightly worn but reliable DSLR, and aimed it at the busy street corner. Her finger hovered over the shutter button, waiting for the perfect moment. She liked to catch things in motion, people walking, cars rushing past, street vendors hawking their wares. There was something real about capturing the fleeting moments, the ones people never paid attention to. A snapshot of life's hurried pace, but today, something was off. There was a sharpness in the air that made her fingers twitch, a sense of anticipation that she couldn't place. Maybe it was the light, unusually bright for an overcast morning, but she couldn't shake the feeling that the world around her was changing. As she adjusted the lens, the sunlight through the window flickered strangely, casting a shadow on the wall that didn't seem to belong. Wang Qi frowned and tilted her head, trying to make sense of the odd shape. It wasn't the shadow of the potted plants sitting on the table or the gentle sway of the cafe sign outside. No, this shadow was sharper, more defined, too defined. She adjusted her focus, the lens clicking softly as she zoomed in. The reflection in the window shifted, and the businessman across the street, a harried figure in a crisp suit, stopped just in front of the cafe. Wang Qi's finger itched to snap a photo, but something stopped her, something about the way the man's reflection warped, stretching unnaturally, his figure expanding, his face blurring and morphing like a glitch on a television screen. She blinked, and when she looked again, the man's face was gone, replaced by a grinning clown, mouth stretched wide in a grotesque, silent laugh. Her breath caught in her chest. "Shit," she muttered under her breath, adjusting her camera again. But when she looked back, the clown was gone, replaced by an old woman with hollow eyes and a vacant stare. And then, just as quickly, the old woman morphed into a child, a little boy, his face half hidden by dark bangs, tears glistening on his cheeks. Wang Qi's heart pounded as she leaned in closer to the window, her fingers trembling around the camera. The images kept shifting, faster now, too fast for her to capture with a lens. A man. A woman. A couple. A house. A landscape. Pieces of a life she couldn't place. The reflection was out of control, like a movie reel malfunctioning. She was no longer sure what was real and what wasn't. Her pulse quickened. "Are you all right?" a voice interrupted her thoughts. It was the barista, a young guy with messy hair and a friendly grin. He was standing next to her table, his eyebrow raised in mild curiosity as he looked at her camera. "You look like you've seen a ghost." Wang Qi blinked and glanced up at him, trying to steady her breathing. The reflections outside the window were normal again, just the businessman, oblivious to the strange transformation he had been a part of. I'm fine," Wang Qi said, her voice more nervous than she wanted it to be. She forced a smile, pointing toward the street. "Just experimenting with some new lighting effects." "Probably nothing." The barista raised an eyebrow but shrugged. "Sure. If you say so. Let me know if you want a refill." He walked off, still smiling. Wang Qi exhaled, glancing down at her camera, which felt suddenly heavier in her hands. She opened the viewfinder again and aimed it at the reflection in the window, but now everything seemed normal. The sunlight outside cast a soft glow, the city bustling as it always did, a perfect snapshot of ordinary life, but her mind couldn't let it go. There was something off. Something that had shifted in her perception, a crack in reality she couldn't explain. She had been a photographer long enough to know that light was everything, how it could reveal and conceal, how it shaped the world around you. But this? This was something else entirely. That evening, after the cafe emptied and the hum of the city faded into the soft murmur of nighttime, Wang Qi returned to her small apartment. It was cluttered, filled with photos in varying stages of development, half-empty coffee cups, and old equipment she couldn't bear to throw away. The apartment was a reflection of her life, a little chaotic, a little too cluttered, but familiar. She sat at her desk, staring at the camera in front of her. Her fingers hovered over the shutter button again. The street outside her window was dim, lit only by the faint glow of streetlights. The city had quieted down, but her mind was anything but still. There was no way she could have imagined what she saw today. No way the reflection could have shifted, could have morphed like that. Was it a trick of the light? Or was it something more? Her heart pounded at the thought. She turned on her computer, plugged in her camera, and began to scroll through the photos she'd taken that morning. As the images loaded onto the screen, her breath caught in her throat. The reflections in the photos, normal at first glance, seemed off. She zoomed in on the photo of the businessman. His face was unmistakable, sharp features, well-defined, a man who looked like he had it all together. But there, in the photo, his eyes were too wide, too bright. His suit was wrinkled, his tie askew. His reflection didn't quite match the real-world version of him. His face, his entire presence, seemed to flicker, like static on a television. She clicked through more photos, each one more unsettling than the last. The ghostly distortions. The flashes of figures that weren't there. Wang Qi's pulse raced as she stared at the images, at the shadows bending in unnatural ways, at the light twisting in impossible patterns. It was like she had captured something hidden, something lurking just beneath the surface. She closed her laptop with a snap and stood up, her hands trembling. No. No way. She whispered to herself, but deep down, she knew, whatever she had seen that morning was real. The next day, Wang Qi returned to the same cafe, trying to act normal, trying to blend in with the rhythm of the morning. The city was alive again, people rushing to their destinations, unaware of the strange, invisible shift that had taken place around her. She took a seat by the window again, her camera tucked carefully into her bag. She wasn't sure what she was looking for, but she couldn't shake the feeling that there was something here, something in the light, waiting for her to understand it. The sun was bright again, casting sharp shadows across the sidewalk. She sat there for hours, waiting for something to happen, and then it did. The businessman appeared again, walking across the street, his briefcase swinging at his side. Wang Qi's eyes narrowed, watching his reflection in the window. She gripped her camera tightly, the weight of it grounding her, steadying her as she aimed the lens. The reflection began to distort. This time, she was ready. Wang Qi's heart hammered in her chest as she watched the businessman approach the cafe. He didn't look any different than the day before, and yet, as he passed beneath the window, his reflection flickered again. A brief, almost imperceptible glitch in the way his image warped, a stretch, a blur, a shift in the angle of his face. She tightened her grip on the camera, feeling the weight of it in her hands like a live wire. This time, she wasn't going to let it slip away. She snapped the shutter before she could second-guess herself. The flash illuminated the corner of the cafe for a split second, casting a bright light that seemed to ripple outward. The businessman continued to walk, oblivious. But in the window, his reflection was no longer a simple distortion. It had become something more. His face twisted, elongated into an alien version of itself, then split into two. One side of his face was contorted with a grimace, the other grinning wildly, eyes gleaming with unspoken malice. Wang Qi's breath caught in her throat. She quickly lowered the camera, her pulse racing. She looked out at the businessman, who was now almost out of sight. His reflection had returned to normal. It was as though nothing had happened. But something had happened. Something inside her mind clicked, the pieces falling together in a way that both terrified and exhilarated her. She hadn't imagined it. She hadn't seen it through a lens of desperation or wishful thinking. What she had witnessed was real. The light was doing something it shouldn't. As soon as the businessman disappeared down the street, Wang Qi stood up, her body tense with anticipation. She needed to go home. She needed to process this, to understand it. The walk back to her apartment was a blur. The city around her seemed to hum with an energy she hadn't noticed before, as if the streets, the buildings, even the air itself were all part of some larger puzzle. The sunlight danced off the glass windows, casting long shadows that seemed to stretch and twist at the edges of her vision. She couldn't stop herself from glancing at every reflection she passed, every window, every mirror, watching, waiting for the next crack in reality to appear. When she reached her apartment, she barely registered the door unlocking as she stepped inside. Her mind was still spinning with the impossibility of what had just happened. She set her camera down on the kitchen counter and pulled the photos from the morning into the digital workspace on her computer. The first image, the businessman. The distorted face was still there, captured perfectly in the photograph. The second, the reflection of the woman in the park. No, it wasn't just a woman anymore, but a figure that had started to blur, fading into something else entirely, a shadow with no clear form. Wang Qi's fingers hovered over the keyboard, each click pulling her deeper into the mystery. She had known, in the back of her mind, that her work as a photographer had always been about capturing something hidden, about peeling back layers of reality to expose the truth underneath. But this was different. This wasn't just about light or shadows. This was something more. Something alive. She leaned back in her chair, rubbing her eyes. Her thoughts began to spiral, moving too quickly for her to catch them all. She remembered something her old professor once told her about light, how it was both a physical and metaphysical force, how it could reveal and obscure the truth. But never had she imagined that it could bend reality itself. A sharp knock at the door startled her from her reverie. She blinked, pushing herself out of the chair and walking to the door, wondering who it could be at this hour. When she opened it, her friend Lu Mei stood in the doorway, a concerned frown on her face. "Wang Qi, you didn't pick up your phone," Lu Mei said, stepping inside without waiting for an invitation. "I've been trying to reach you for hours." Wang Qi closed the door behind her. "Sorry, I was busy." Lu Mei eyed her suspiciously. "Busy? What's going on with you? You've been acting weird for days. You've been talking about your brother a lot, and I get it, I do, but you're starting to sound obsessed." Wang Qi felt a sudden flash of irritation. "I'm not obsessed. I'm trying to figure something out. Something big." Lu Mei crossed her arms, the skeptical expression not leaving her face. "What, exactly?" "Because the last time I checked, you were a photographer, not some conspiracy theorist." "It's not like that," Wang Qi said, the frustration in her voice rising. "I think I've found something. Something about my brother's disappearance. There's something I missed, something invisible, and I can't just let it go." Lu Mei raised an eyebrow. "Invisible? What, like a ghost?" "No," Wang Qi shook her head, turning away from Lu Mei. "Not a ghost. Light." Lu Mei's lips parted, but she said nothing. Wang Qi could feel her friend's skepticism hanging in the air, heavy as the tension between them. She knew Lu Mei wouldn't understand, not yet. But she couldn't let it go. Not after what she had seen. Not after what she had felt. Wang Qi exhaled, trying to push the uncertainty from her mind. She had to focus. She had to understand what was happening to her, what this ability was. Because if she didn't, it would consume her. "I think I can use it," she said, turning back to face Lu Mei. The light. I think I can use it to find him. My brother. Lu Mei's expression softened, though there was still a hint of disbelief in her eyes. I don't know, Wang Qi. You're starting to scare me. I'm not crazy, Wang Qi said, a little more forcefully than she intended. I'm going to prove it. I can see things now. Things I couldn't see before. Lu Mei opened her mouth to respond, but before she could speak, Wang Qi held up a hand. I know you don't understand, but just trust me. I need to try this. She turned to the desk, pulling out a series of old photographs, faded snapshots of her childhood. Her brother, his smiling face captured in 1,000 frames. There was one image in particular, a photo from the last time she had seen him, just before he disappeared. In the photo, Wang Fei was standing in front of a park, a place they used to visit together. He had his arm around her shoulders, and they were both laughing. But even then, she had noticed something odd, an unfamiliar figure standing behind them, half in the shadows. I think it's all connected, Wang Qi murmured, staring at the photo. This man. He was the last person Fei was meeting. The one who disappeared with him. Lu Mei took a step forward, her voice softer now. What do you mean, disappeared? He didn't just vanish, Wang Qi said, tapping the photo. There's something wrong with that day. Something I didn't see. But I think I can find it. If I can just, she paused, her voice trailing off as she stared at the photograph, then at the lights in the apartment. The shadows. She could feel them watching her, waiting for her to break through the barrier between the visible and the invisible. Lu Mei looked at her friend, a deep concern in her eyes. Wang Qi, you're talking about shadows and light like they're alive. Like they can tell you things. Because they can, Wang Qi whispered. They can. The rest of the evening passed in a blur, with Wang Qi combing through old photographs, playing with light in ways she had never considered. She could feel the pull, the strange and magnetic tug towards something she couldn't yet fully comprehend. Something in the light, in the shadows, was guiding her, was whispering to her, the truth was out there. And it was hidden in the light. She just had to follow it. Wang Qi couldn't sleep that night. The lights in her apartment flickered, the shadows dancing across the walls like restless spirits. She was acutely aware of every movement, every shift of the light as if it were alive, breathing, watching her. In the silence, the hum of the fluorescent bulb above her head felt louder than the beating of her heart. The whole room seemed to pulse with an energy she didn't fully understand. She couldn't shake the feeling that the light was trying to tell her something. It wasn't just about the images she had seen, the strange reflections in the cafe window, or the photographs she had developed. It was more than that. It was like a veil had been lifted, and she was seeing the world in a way she had never seen it before. Every corner of her apartment was alive with possibilities. The soft glow of the desk lamp in the corner, the way it cast long, eerie shadows across the floor. The streetlight outside, its yellow light spilling into the room, giving the furniture a dreamlike quality. It was as if the light itself was reaching for her, pulling her into its grasp. She got up from the desk, her fingers trembling, and moved toward the window. The city outside was quiet, the streets empty under the soft moonlight. Her breath fogged up the glass as she leaned closer, staring out into the darkness. Her mind kept circling back to the photograph of her brother, the one where she had seen the shadowy figure standing behind them. The man. The one who had disappeared with him. Wang Qi pressed her forehead against the cool glass, her thoughts a whirlwind of frustration and confusion. She had to find the man in that photograph. She had to know who he was, what he wanted with her brother. And more than that, she had to understand why the light had shown her those images, why it had revealed things she couldn't have possibly known. A small sound broke her from her thoughts. A soft clicking noise, like the faintest whisper of a door creaking open. She turned around quickly, her heart skipping a beat, but the apartment was still. The shadows in the corners seemed to grow longer in the dim light, but there was no one there. No sign of movement. No explanation for the noise. Her gaze fell to the camera sitting on her desk, the lens pointed toward the photographs she had been studying. The distortion in the businessman's reflection, the strange shifts in the light, none of it was an accident. It was happening because she was making it happen. Wang Qi walked back to the desk, feeling a growing sense of urgency. She couldn't keep waiting for answers to just fall into her lap. She had to make something happen, force the light to reveal more. She picked up the camera again, her fingers lightly grazing the cool metal. The lens felt oddly familiar in her hands, like an extension of herself. She raised it to her eye, focused it on the photograph of her brother. The one with the shadowy figure standing behind them. "Come on," she whispered, pressing her finger against the shutter. The flash went off, briefly illuminating the room. She blinked, but when she opened her eyes again, she saw it, a shift in the air, the faintest trace of movement, like the light had rippled across the photograph. The figure in the photo was no longer just a shadow. It was a man, clearer now. He was tall, with dark hair and a coat that blended into the shadows, his face half obscured by the darkness. Wang Qi squinted, trying to focus, but before she could fully comprehend the details, the image flickered again, fading back into the haze of shadow. Her pulse quickened. She had seen it. There was something in the photo, something real. The man had been there, right behind them. But why had she never noticed him before? Why had the light chosen now to reveal him? She sat down, her hands shaking, her breath coming in short bursts. This was bigger than just her brother. There was a deeper truth hidden here, something that had been concealed for years. The light had shown her the way. Now she just had to follow it. The next morning, she decided to visit the park. It was the place from the photograph, the one where she had last seen her brother. She hadn't been there in years, not since he had vanished. But now, it felt like a necessary step, like she needed to confront the space where the shadows had first taken root. She left her apartment, the streets bathed in the early morning light, the air cool but crisp. As she walked through the city, she noticed how differently she was seeing things. The world felt layered, fragmented, like she could almost reach out and peel back the surface of everything. The reflections in the windows, the shadows on the sidewalks, even the way the sunlight filtered through the leaves of the trees, everything seemed alive with hidden meaning. The park was quieter than she remembered, the benches empty, the paths lined with dry leaves. It was peaceful, almost too quiet. Wang Qi walked slowly, taking in every detail, her eyes scanning the surroundings for any sign of something unusual. When she reached the spot from the photograph, she stopped. There was the tree, tall, broad, and slightly bent at the trunk, and the worn stone bench where she and her brother had sat. The spot where everything had changed. She stood there for a long moment, trying to collect her thoughts. The breeze rustled the leaves, and the sound seemed amplified in the silence. She could feel the weight of the place, the memories pressing in on her. This was where it had all started. And now, she was back, hoping that the light would reveal something, anything, that could explain what had happened. She pulled out her camera, holding it in front of her like a lifeline. The world around her seemed to bend and shift, the air thick with expectation. She snapped a photo, and as the flash went off, she felt it again, the sensation of something changing, something pulling at the edges of reality. The image that appeared on the camera screen wasn't what she had expected. It was the park, yes, but with something else, something wrong. The shadows were deeper, darker than they should have been, and in the far corner of the frame, she saw a figure. The man from the photograph. Her breath hitched as she zoomed in, trying to get a clearer view. The figure was standing just beyond the tree, half hidden in the shadows. His face was clearer now, and Wang Qi could see that he wasn't just some random stranger. There was something about him, something familiar, but she couldn't place it. His eyes, dark, empty eyes, locked onto her. Even though he was standing a good distance away, she stumbled back, nearly dropping the camera. This wasn't possible. She hadn't seen this man here before. He had never been in the park. Not until now. Her heart raced as she stood frozen, the weight of the moment pressing down on her chest. She couldn't breathe. The shadows around her seemed to close in, the light growing sharper, harsher, as though the world were shifting, warping. The figure in the photograph had been here all along, waiting. And now, the light had found him. She looked around quickly, but the man was gone. The park was empty again, just the rustling of leaves in the wind. The figure had vanished, as though he had never been there at all. Her hands were trembling as she raised the camera once more, her fingers barely able to grip the lens. She snapped another photo, hoping to capture something, anything, that would explain what was happening. But this time, the flash didn't just illuminate the scene. It seemed to explode outward, lighting up the entire park in a blinding white burst. Wang Qi gasped and dropped the camera, but when she looked back up, the world was different. The park wasn't the same anymore. The trees were twisted, their branches gnarled and misshapen. The ground was cracked, as if the earth itself had been torn open. The shadows were no longer just dark spots on the ground, they were alive, moving, crawling toward her. She took a step back, heart pounding in her chest. She could feel the pull of the darkness, the sensation of being drawn into something she couldn't control. The light had been her guide, but now, it felt like the light was becoming dangerous, a force that was changing the world around her, bending it to its will. Wang Qi turned and fled, her footsteps echoing in the empty park, the shadows chasing her, the light flickering behind her like a dying flame. The next few days passed in a blur. Wang Qi couldn't explain what had happened in the park. She couldn't explain what she had seen. But the more she tried to push it out of her mind, the more the images kept coming back. The shadows. The man. The feeling that the world was unraveling around her. She realized, with a deep sense of dread, that she wasn't just seeing things. She was becoming part of the illusion. The light wasn't just revealing things to her, it was shaping her reality. And the more she tried to control it, the more it slipped from her grasp. The truth was out there, hidden in the light, but it wasn't what she had expected. It wasn't something she could easily uncover or understand. And now, she wasn't sure if she even wanted to know anymore. The light had saved her, but it had also condemned her. She was no longer just a photographer, no longer just a woman searching for answers. She had become something else. Something more. And now, there was no turning back. King's Gallery in downtown New York had always been a place where the world's most avant-garde artists came to be noticed, or perhaps just to disappear into the crowd. The walls were stark white, the lighting sharp and intense, perfect for creating drama, but today something was different. As the crowds wandered past the exhibits, something in the air had shifted. It was as if the very fabric of reality had been warped, like the gallery had become its own living, breathing entity, distorting everything in its path. Among the crowd, a man named Wang Hao stood. He wasn't the sort of person who easily attracted attention, at least, not for the reasons he once had. Once a modest photographer, Wang had risen to fame for his unique ability to manipulate light, to bend shadows to his will. The people around him marveled at his latest work, a series of photographs so detailed, so intricately layered, they seemed less like pictures and more like windows into another world. Wang stood in front of his own work, a piece that was receiving the most admiration, a cityscape at night, captured through the lens of his camera, yet it felt wrong. There was something off about the scene. The lights of the skyscrapers seemed too sharp, the reflections on the glass too perfect, and the shadows, too deep. People were whispering to each other, straining their eyes, trying to piece together what they were seeing, but for all their effort, the image refused to make sense. One observer turned to another and said, "I swear, I see myself in this reflection, but it's not me." Wang felt a smug sense of pride as he overheard. He had been working on this piece for weeks, experimenting with new techniques, pushing the boundaries of what light could do. And now, here it was, blurring the line between reality and illusion. People didn't just look at his work, they became part of it. But what he hadn't expected, what no one could have anticipated, was the effect it was starting to have on him. A subtle shift, a distortion in the air, caught his attention. He looked into one of the glass panels of the exhibit. His reflection stared back at him, except it didn't feel like his reflection. His eyes seemed too wide, too distant. His mouth was frozen in a smile that felt hollow. A small shiver crawled up his spine. "Are you okay?" a voice asked from behind him. Wang blinked and turned to face a young woman, an assistant from the gallery. She looked concerned, though she had no idea why. Wang shook his head and smiled, brushing the unease aside. "Yeah, I'm fine. Just taking it all in." But even as he spoke, something in the pit of his stomach told him he was lying. The lights in the room seemed to pulse, a heartbeat that wasn't his own. He couldn't explain it, but the sensation of unreality deepened. The shadows in the photograph weren't just shadows anymore, they were alive. Later that night, when the gallery emptied and the only sounds were the soft hum of the air conditioning, Wang lingered behind. He had been left alone in the exhibit, the quiet almost deafening in its emptiness. He stood in front of the photograph again, staring into the lights and shadows he had so carefully crafted. This time, however, he didn't feel the usual thrill of creation. Instead, something inside him stirred, a quiet voice in the back of his mind telling him that maybe he had gone too far. He reached out and touched the glass, and for just a moment, the air around him shimmered. It was subtle, like a distortion in the atmosphere. But Wang knew what it meant. He had done it again. He had bent the fabric of reality just a little more. The moment passed, but something within him had shifted. He had felt it. The power. The control. Wang had always been good with light, he had made a career out of manipulating it. But this was something else. This was a force he could shape, a power that could shape him. The next few weeks were a blur of interviews, press events, and gallery openings. Wang was everywhere. His work had taken on a life of its own, and with it, so had his reputation. Critics hailed him as a visionary, a master of light who had transcended traditional photography. His name was on everyone's lips. At first, it was exhilarating. Wang had spent years struggling to get by, lugging his camera from one small show to the next, working odd jobs to keep the lights on. Now, he had everything he had ever dreamed of: fame, fortune, respect. He could finally work without restraint, without having to worry about where his next paycheck would come from. His creations were not just photographs, they were portals, keys to another world. One night, after another sold-out exhibition, Wang found himself at a celebratory dinner with the city's elite. He was seated between a renowned art dealer and a celebrated critic, each hanging on his every word. He smiled, nodded, enjoyed the attention. But beneath the surface, something was changing that he couldn't stop thinking about. The strange sensation he had felt that night at the gallery. The way the air had shimmered. The way the shadows in his photographs had seemed to move, as if they were no longer just images but something real, something he could control. Wang excused himself from the dinner early, his mind racing. He hadn't wanted to admit it, but the truth was clear now. His art, his ability to manipulate light and shadow, was no longer just a tool for expression. It was becoming something darker. The line between what was real and what was created was beginning to blur. He could feel it. The world around him wasn't just reacting to his work, it was starting to obey it. Back in his apartment, he stood before the large canvas he had been working on. It was a still life, a simple scene, a bowl of fruit, a glass of water, a piece of cloth. But as he set up his camera and adjusted the lights, something strange began to happen. The shadows didn't just fall where they should, they moved, shifted, bent in unnatural ways. The fruit on the table seemed to glow, its colors becoming unnaturally vivid. He snapped a shot, then another. Each time, the scene seemed to warp further, becoming more and more surreal. He leaned in, his heart pounding, staring at the photos. The fruit in the bowl, something was wrong. It wasn't just a reflection anymore. It was real. For a brief moment, he felt as if the world was slipping away. He looked up from the photo and found himself in a completely different room, though it was exactly the same. The air was colder, the shadows darker. The light from the street lamp outside now spilled in through his window, casting long, impossibly sharp beams of light across the floor. Wang stumbled backward, his breath catching in his throat. This wasn't possible. The photo had to be wrong. It had to be the lighting, the camera angle. But as he turned around, the room was still off. There was something wrong with the way the shadows moved, the way the light twisted. He reached for the light switch, but when he flicked it, nothing happened. The lights in his apartment stayed dim, and the shadows seemed to grow longer, more menacing. It felt like he was standing in a space that wasn't quite real, a place that existed only in his mind, but somehow it had seeped out into the physical world, and that's when it hit him. The line between the two was vanishing. Wang's obsession grew. Every day, he retreated further into his work, using his growing ability to manipulate light and shadow to create more complex, more beautiful illusions. It wasn't enough anymore to simply take a picture. He wanted to become the image, to lose himself within it. His art was no longer just a reflection of reality, it was an alternate reality, a world that bent to his will, but the more he immersed himself in his creations, the more the world around him began to slip away. Faces began to blur, names became unimportant. The world outside his apartment became irrelevant. The only thing that mattered was the next illusion, the next image that would carry him deeper into the maze he had created. Wang began to forget what it was like to feel grounded in the physical world. At night, he no longer slept. He worked endlessly, crafting images that spiraled further and further from the realm of the tangible. The people in his life, friends, colleagues, acquaintances, began to drift away. They didn't understand the pull of his work, the magnetic force that kept him trapped inside his own mind, but even as Wang's fame grew, even as his influence spread across the art world, something was wrong. The lights in his photographs began to bleed into his real life, leaking out of his studio and into the apartment, into his very perception of reality. He saw faces that weren't there, felt the touch of hands that didn't exist. The illusion he had so carefully crafted was beginning to consume him, to turn against him. One night, after staring into the depths of one of his latest works, a portrait of himself, but not quite him, Wang felt something shift inside him. The world around him dissolved, the walls closing in, and the shadows reached out, swallowing him whole. Wang's heart thudded in his chest as he stared at the self-portrait hanging on the wall, its lights pulsating like a heartbeat of its own. His reflection in the image stared back at him, but the eyes were wrong, wide, unervingly so, almost as if they were mocking him. He shook his head, trying to clear the dizziness swirling in his mind. It was just a painting. Just a photograph. Nothing more. But as the shadows stretched longer, darker across the room, Wang realized it wasn't just the images that were shifting. It was everything. The floor under his feet felt like it was warping, bending, as though the room itself was expanding outward, becoming something otherworldly. The air became thick, as if filled with static electricity. The sharp, artificial light above him flickered, casting erratic, impossible shadows that twisted on the walls. For the first time in weeks, he felt a flicker of panic. He stumbled back from the portrait, his breathing shallow. He wasn't sure how much time passed. Minutes? Hours? It didn't matter. The room, the very air around him, felt unstable, fluid, as though it had lost its anchor in reality. Wang reached for his phone, his fingers trembling. He needed to call someone. Anyone. His mind raced for a logical explanation, but it was all slipping away, fading into the same indistinct fog that had clouded his perceptions for days now. He dialed the first number he could think of, the gallery assistant who had been so worried about him after his strange behavior at the opening. Hello? The voice on the other end was faint, as if coming from underwater. Anna, Wang gasped, his voice hoarse. Anna, something's happening. I don't know what's real anymore. The lights, everything's shifting. What's going on, Wang? Are you okay? Anna's voice cracked with concern, but there was a distant quality to it, as though the words were traveling through a tunnel, far removed from his own world. Wang opened his mouth to reply, but his voice died in his throat. He couldn't speak. He couldn't articulate what was happening to him. The words felt as though they were slipping through his fingers. And then, the room tilted. Wang lurched forward, catching himself on the desk. His reflection in the darkened window across from him was no longer just a reflection. It was moving, his own image twisting into something alien. A figure stood there, behind him, in the window. It wasn't his reflection, but someone else, someone closer to him than anyone had ever been. A cold rush of fear poured over him, chilling his bones. The figure in the window smiled, and Wang recognized the smile as his own, except it wasn't. It was warped, deformed, a twisted version of his own features. The eyes were too wide, too empty. The smile, an empty, hollow thing that stretched impossibly wide across his face. Wang? Anna's voice broke through, but it was drowned by a louder, more insistent whisper that seemed to come from all around him. You're not alone. You've never been alone. Wang spun around, heart hammering in his chest. The room had grown darker, the shadows thickening until they swallowed everything. The air was heavier now, suffocating. His skin tingled with an electric hum, as though he was standing in the middle of a storm. The walls closed in, and the familiar space he had once called home, his studio, his sanctuary, was no longer his own. He dropped the phone to the floor, the connection still buzzing in his pocket. His body felt like it was being tugged in every direction at once. He stumbled toward the door, but as his hand reached for the handle, the shadows leaped forward, curling around his wrist, pulling him back. You can't escape, they whispered, their voices a chorus in his head. You belong to us now. Wang tried to scream, but the sound caught in his throat. The door before him had warped, the wood twisting into grotesque shapes. He backed away, unable to take his eyes off it. There was something insidious about the way it bent, as though reality itself was bending with it. In the far corner of the room, something caught his eye. A small, flickering image, a photograph he had taken years ago, back when his life still felt simple, back before the light and shadows had started consuming him. The edges of the photograph seemed to ripple, like water disturbed by a stone, and the face in the image, his face, began to move. His eyes blinked. His lips parted into that same twisted grin that had haunted him earlier. The room felt suffocating now. Every surface seemed to vibrate with an unnatural energy, as though the very walls were alive, watching him. He stumbled back toward the desk, grabbing at anything to steady himself, but the objects around him had lost their shape. His pens were no longer pens, but jagged shapes that cut into his skin as he reached for them. The books on the shelf were mere outlines, their titles unreadable, their spines warped into unrecognizable forms. It was no longer a studio. It was a prison of his own making. He had created this, built it, with every photo, every frame, every image he'd ever taken. He had twisted the world with his light, but now it had come for him, consuming everything. In a desperate bid to break free, Wang turned and ran toward the window. He was dimly aware that he was shaking, his body trembling with fear. He reached for the glass, his fingers brushing against its cold surface, and for the briefest of moments, it seemed as though the world outside might be normal. But as he pressed his palm against the window, the cityscape outside shimmered, distorting like a reflection in water. The skyline bent, the buildings warped, and for a fleeting moment, the streets below became nothing but empty black voids. The world was a lie, and then, as if everything had finally come to a head, the room snapped, everything froze, time stretched and stuttered like an old film reel, and in that frozen moment, Wang saw it. He saw the source, the origin of it all. It was the light, the very light that had first sparked his ability to create. It was more than just light. It was a presence, an entity, something that fed on creation and illusion, something that had been with him all along, lurking in the shadows of every frame he had ever taken. You think you control it, but you are the illusion. The voice rang clear in his mind, like a bell that shattered everything he had believed. The light was not his to control. It had been controlling him, feeding off his need to create, warping him in the process. And now, there was no escaping it. It was inside him, woven into the very fabric of his being. Wang fell to his knees, the weight of the realization pressing down on him. The shadows around him grew darker, closing in like a blanket. The light in the room flickered once more, then went out completely. The darkness was all-encompassing, but even in the suffocating dark, he could still see it, the glow of the photographs, faint but unmistakable. His images, his creations, stood out in the void like dim stars in a black sky. They were his. They were everything. And now, they were the only thing left. As the shadows swallowed him whole, Wang finally understood that he was no longer the creator, that he was the created, and in the end, all that was left was the illusion. The room was pitch black now, but Wang could still feel it, the presence of something vast, something ancient, lurking in the space between the images he had created. It was a cold, unfeeling thing, yet somehow it pulsed with a deep, unsettling energy, like the heartbeat of an unconscious beast. He couldn't escape it. No matter where he turned, no matter how hard he tried to move, it was there, circling him, folding into him, pulling him deeper into itself. The shadows closed in tighter, but it wasn't just the shadows anymore. The darkness itself seemed to liquefy, an inky substance that crept along the walls, lapping at the edges of his vision. For a moment, Wang thought he heard breathing, a low, guttural sound that seemed to come from all directions. His heart hammered in his chest, a thundering rhythm that mingled with the sound of his footsteps. No, they weren't his footsteps. They couldn't be. "You're nothing but a reflection," the voice whispered again. A fragment, a shadow within the light. The whisper wasn't in his ears, but inside his head. The voice was his own, but warped, like 1,000 versions of him, all colliding at once. Each word dripped with venom, each syllable laced with a cold, distant fury. He wasn't sure anymore if the voice was real or another hallucination, another distortion of the reality he had been shaping, bending for so long that it all began to sink in, the hours spent tweaking light, adjusting shadows, pushing the limits of what the human eye could comprehend. It had all been feeding this thing, this force that had lived within his images from the very beginning. Wang had thought he was controlling it, that his mastery over light was a triumph. But he had been wrong. It wasn't the light that was powerful. It was the shadows. And the shadows had been using him to gain form, to solidify itself in the waking world. He had once believed he was an artist, but now he understood the terrible truth: the artist was just the vessel. The creations were what lived. The images around him flickered, each one sharper, more defined, as though they were cutting through the layers of reality itself. In one corner of the room, a photograph of a forest seemed to warp. Trees began to shift, bending and twisting in impossible angles. The ground beneath them, once solid and dependable, began to ripple like water. Wang couldn't look away. The photograph seemed to stretch into infinity, the trees becoming more distorted with every passing second. He saw himself now, in the photograph, standing beneath the twisting branches, but his figure was not still. It moved, in a jerking, unnatural way, like a puppet struggling to break free of its strings. "Stop," Wang whispered, his voice hoarse. But the words were powerless. The photograph was no longer his to control. It was alive, its shapes growing and receding, like something that had been locked in a box, only now escaping. The room seemed to melt around him, the very walls flickering, dissolving into pieces, the images creeping up to swallow him. His mind screamed for release, but it couldn't find a way out. The world had become a series of illusions, and Wang had no idea if he was still standing in his apartment, or if he had already slipped through the cracks of reality. The distinction no longer mattered. It was all the same now, the same horrible, confining space where everything was nothing. For a moment, Wang's thoughts scrambled, his mind a cacophony of desperate noise. He tried to focus, to remember what had happened, what had led him here, but the memories slipped through his fingers like water. There was the flash of light, yes, the accident that had begun it all, the accident that had given him the power to manipulate light and shadow. But the accident wasn't just a catalyst. It had been a trap, a seed planted in his mind, slowly growing, until now it had taken root in every corner of his consciousness. Wang took a step forward, his legs weak, trembling beneath him. His reflection, or was it his reflection, in the glass shimmered, and he saw something in the distance. A figure stood there, in the dark space beyond the edge of the room, just beyond his reach. It was a version of himself, but this one was different. This one was dressed in black, his features sharper, more defined, but his eyes, those eyes were the same vacant eyes Wang had seen in the photograph earlier. The eyes were hollow, consumed by the light that had no source. "You are not you," the figure spoke, and its voice echoed, layered over with 1,000 different tones. Wang froze, his breath caught in his throat. The room shifted again, and the figure stepped forward, its feet barely touching the floor. The shadows writhed around it, as though the figure was being pulled into the darkness itself. "You have always been part of this," the figure said, and now its voice was everywhere, inside Wang's skull, inside his very blood. "You have always been a part of the illusion. And now, you will join it forever." Wang wanted to scream, but the sound died in his throat. He tried to turn, to escape, but his body was paralyzed, rooted to the floor by the weight of the figure's words. It was true. He had always known it, deep down, even as he had reveled in his power, his ability to shape the world through light and shadow. He had always known that something wasn't right, that the power he wielded wasn't just creative, it was corrupting. The figure stepped forward again, its shadow stretching impossibly long across the room. Wang tried to look away, but the darkness pressed in on him from every angle. It felt as though the shadows were crawling under his skin, around his spine, suffocating him from within. His vision blurred, the edges of the room collapsing into itself as the walls seemed to shrink, the darkness tightening its grip on his mind, and then it was all gone. The walls vanished, and the photographs, his photographs, were no longer images. They were worlds. He could see them now, in their full, horrific clarity. The streets he had once captured, the faces of strangers frozen in time, all of them were alive, writhing, twisting in unnatural ways. They reached for him, pulled at him, and he felt himself drawn into the dark void between the frames. He was no longer standing. He was falling. The fall seemed endless, the sensation of weightlessness consuming him as he descended into the abyss. The light was gone, the shadows consuming it all, devouring him. And the last thing Wang saw, the only thing left, was his own face, staring back at him from the deepest, most twisted corner of his mind. It was the face he had once created. And it was the face that had created him.